Let's go.
Born ready.
Call to order.
Wait,
Doug. Call to order this special meeting of the City Council on 2013 budget. City Manager. It's your show.
I should have made the font larger. Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is the 2013 budget discussion that we're having scheduled for tonight and tomorrow night. And it's a budget that was an eye-opener for me during the process. I want to thank the department heads and all of the city staff that I think really worked diligently to put this together in a fairly short time frame and a significantly different approach, and I'll get more into that in just a moment. But we used a lot of muscles that we probably hadn't used in a long time, and I challenged the staff and the department heads to think very differently about how we move forward with this, and you see the culmination of that really in the policy questions, and I'm going to talk a little bit more, like I said, as we move forward. What I'm going to do, we're probably going to take the first hour and a little bit and really set the stage before we get into the policy questions tonight. I think it's important that the council understand the framework by which we put this budget together with. Our intent was to make this budget straightforward, very clean. I'm trying, Peggy, not to use the word transparent, but very transparent in how we put this forward so that it's easily understandable, obviously to you, but also to anyone who wants to read and look at what we're doing. And so we're going to walk through it. We didn't get all the way to where I think we all wanted to be as staff, but we probably got about 75 or 80% solid there. Some of it is logistics on changing funds, changing names of line items, those types of things that for audit purposes you can't just shift and then you lose comparables from year to year and that type of thing. But I think we had a good time doing it. Maybe. Not seeing any head nods. Woo! Yes. All right.
it's over.
So I'm gonna lay out. It was, yes, it was. They missed it though.
Yeah.
But a couple of things, and I'm going to jump around during this first hour because it's intended to be a linear discussion, but it's going to jump around a fair amount for this first one. But basically, I'm going to use the word ground rules, but this is your budget now because we've given it to you, so you get to own what comes from here. But as we go through the policy questions, I'm going to be looking for a head nod vote, if you will. You're in a study session, I realize, but we need some direction on every single policy question, or if it's a policy question with sub-areas, we're going to be asking for your direction on that. So do a thumbs up, thumbs down, however the mayor wants to handle that. In that, we are going to actually write down what that directive is. In policy question number 1, we know it's going to be council supports that policy question. So we'll quickly go on to policy question number 2. But if, for example, in a policy question, see, I told you we had fun. Come on. I'm serious on that one, though.
You want to have fun, too.
Yeah, you are. Careful.
I just want to get to it and get it over with.
I'll share if I'm fun. I know, but bear with me. Grab some more food.
Perspectives, right?
No. Thank you. No. Thank you. But if there's something, for example, that you support in concept, but you're concerned about revenue, just as an example, that isn't necessarily time sensitive on when we implement it. Take the e-ticketing, for example. You might say that's a great thing. We support it. We want to appropriate the funds, but we really want to see how revenues come in the first half of the year. So as the council direction in that, you could say council supports this request, but staff, you need to come back to us at the end of second quarter, talk to us about how revenues are doing, and essentially we want to reserve the right to pull the trigger at the end before you expend those funds. So feel free within reason to provide some direction in relation to those policy questions. Also, if there's a trade-off one that you want to talk about, you know, we can certainly hold off on a policy question number 5 because you want to relate it to number 35 or something like that. I'm not sure that will come up. But this is intended to be somewhat linear in here. We are not going through the line item budget. So if there's a question from the line items, that is up to you within that area to ask the question of us. That is actually intended to be what the budget highlight section was, where there's an operational cost differential that we wanted to raise to your attention to let you know that that's why that's in there. Obviously, you have all the line items, and it's your both purview and prerogative to ask us any questions about it, but it is the 43 policy questions that we are focusing you on over the next 2 evenings here. But beyond that, it is your budget, and you guys can do with what you want. If there's something that you want to add or bring up that's not identified within the budget, my request just for logistics would be that you bring it up in that section when we're talking about that department. So I know for several of you, for example, code enforcement is an issue. So when we get to community development, before we leave it, let's make sure that we that we talk about that. We will get to it in probably late tomorrow night or whenever. Policy question 41 is the discretionary dollars, the social community fund dollars, listing those. There, you'll notice there's no dollar amount with that. What we did was begin to list out those projects or those programs that are outside of the normal kind of core service delivery area. And I'm going to set the stage for that conversation right now, but I want you to keep it in mind when we get there. There's no yes or no answer necessarily that's coming from that, but if there are areas that council wants us to go do some additional research on, set up a study session to do something on that, some of those programs and projects within that policy question might be an area where you say, we want you to go do X, Y, and Z, set up a policy question, we'll appropriate the money, but we want to talk more in depth in more time than we have in the budget. Because the budget process and the timeline for the budget is such that it really doesn't give the opportunity for a lot of in-depth analysis on some of these areas. But because the budget is a moment in time relative to the state approval criteria timeline, doesn't mean that we can't drill down into that more. So to honor Jerry's request to move on, we will move on. So I hit on this a little bit. The previous budget process was somewhat of a silo approach. We had what was called a budget team, I believe, and you would come in and you would make your presentation to the budget team. You would be asked some questions, and then you would vacate the room, and the next group would come in, and eventually a budget document would come out, and there was some level of communication and understanding about what was approved or not approved within your department. This was a ground-up, clearly communicated, comprehensive, inclusive, and owned by all city departments. So we all sat in a room, allegedly for, where's Kelly, close to 30 hours.
Actually, sir, it was closer to 40.
Which sounds like a failure in some respects. But all the department heads and for the first couple of meetings, a fair amount of the command staff level were in the room, and we all listened to what we all had around challenges and what our needs were. I asked for 2 different budgets from the ground up. I went out, and as part of my outreach to departments when I met with them, it was, I want to know in a money is no object world, what do you need for your program or your project or your division or your department to kick ass and be the best that it can be? We've been limited on revenue for so long. We were operating in this mindset of, oh, we don't have any money, so we're not even going to think about what could be. So I wanted to shift that approach, because money is always an object. Money will always be limited. But if we think that way, then we're self-depreciating ourselves to the point where we're not even looking up at the mountains and realizing what could be. We're only thinking about those small incremental steps and not seeing the vision within it. So I asked for a budget that had that vision in it. And then I also asked for, what's the reality? What can you live with? What makes sure that it's a good program? I want to make sure that we're not having that mentality of, oh, we're doing a 10% cut across the board, and you take a good operating budget and you turn it into a crappy one, and you turn something that was already crappy and you make it virtually non-existent. Just didn't make a lot of sense. So I think these guys did a great job. Whether we really got all the vision of what could be, probably not, but it got people thinking in a different fashion. It got them motivated. It got them excited to talk about the budget process. In those 40 hours, there was good conversation. It was an opportunity, and I think, again, I use the word using muscles we hadn't used. It was a good opportunity for the department heads to start to be critical of one another and start to realize that I am vested. If Doug isn't managing his department to the greatest extent possible and he's drawing resources, that means there are resources that I can't avail myself of because Doug's not managing well or operating well or whatever the example might be. And so we started getting to a place where I think people were starting to be really honest with each other and challenging each other about that and realizing that it does matter what happens in the rest of the world and not just my department that was there. So it was good. So that's the honest, the real, the decisions, and we hopefully will be clearly communicating the budget to you. All right, I'm going to turn it over because we are talking about money, so I'm going to give it to Doug here for the next couple slides.
Yep, and let's try to keep the momentum going here. You can see up on the slide the general fund anticipated revenue and expenditures for next year. Revenue of $48.6 million, expenditures approximately $2 million, and there's a general fund breakdown. And if you look at that breakdown, approximately when you add in the fire partner contracts for service, about 85% of the revenues that come into the city are coming from a source, sales or property tax. So it's a very large balance in those areas. So I do want to talk about some of those areas as major revenue sources for the general fund. And you can see in the budget message we do have for 2013, our operating revenues are anticipated to go up about 3% from 2012, and our operating expenditures are anticipated to rise about 3.7%. And we can go on to the next slide.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask a question because that's somewhat different than what's on page II and triple I. No, your previous one. As far as, and this was the question I had to the city manager earlier today, was on the difference between operating revenue and overall revenue, and then the operating expenditures versus this expenditure. So the $50 million is now a new number?
No, these are not new numbers. These are gross revenues, gross expenditures. So they include the interfund transfers from one fund to another. Those are considered non-operating sources and uses.
Page IV.
So if you look at page 1 of the budget book, you'll see the total revenues, total expenditures for the general fund. But when I look at the changes, I want to focus in on the operating revenues, operating expenditures. You can see it in the last column there, 2013 proposed budget. We have operating, and then we'll have the total revenues and expenditures. So that's why in the budget message we focus in on operating revenues and operating expenses. And I'll be going into some detail on these two. One of the things I want to point out before we change this slide here is 85% of our revenue comes from property tax and or sales tax in here. So for folks who aren't cognizant, this contract for service with our fire partners, they are funded through property tax. And so in essence, our revenue stream, 85% of our revenue from property and sales tax. Okay. And we are talking about moving that fire dollars into a separate line item so it can be more reflective of the revenue coming in and going out separate and not getting included in the totality of our general fund because it is a contract for service and not actually revenue. They're for us based on the agreement service delivery. The general fund's largest revenue source is sales and use taxes, and you can see 54% of that is from retail, general use, motor vehicle, specific ownership, which is made up of vehicles and special equipment, and then the cigarette tax. So that's 54%. And a little background about the city's general use tax, because a lot of people aren't familiar with what a use tax is. But that is equal to the retail sales tax rate of 3%. And it's imposed on somebody who purchases equipment outside of the city or maybe doesn't pay retail sales tax at the time of purchase, but then they're using it within the city limits. So it's called a use tax. It's on storing, using, or consuming any of those types of supplies or tangible personal property. So just a little bit of background about those revenues. After slumping in 2009 and 2010 during the recession, retail sales, general use, and motor vehicle taxes bounced back in 2011. And this year through July, these taxes were over 8% above last year. And so for the 2012 in its entirety, we're expecting about a 5.5% increase above 2011. And the largest revenue stream of that is 46% is the retail sales taxes, and they were 5% above last year through July. And for the year, we're estimating a 4% increase above 2011. We also have a preliminary draft through August. Retail sales taxes are still 4% above last year, so we're still maintaining that year-end estimate. For Colorado, the State Legislative Council is projecting a 5.1% increase in retail sales this year, 5.2% for 2013. So we're right in the ballpark for 2012. Next year, we're projecting a 1% increase for retail sales, which is a little bit lower than the state. But again, we want to be conservative in our estimates. I don't have any real feeling that retail sales are dramatically going to increase in the city. So again, we want to be conservative in our estimates there, and that's why we're projecting a 1% increase. I'll go into a little bit more details about retail sales taxes. When you look at the sectors within the city, we have a monthly report that goes out to council and is available to the public, and it looks at each individual location in the city. And we have the Southeast Littleton sector, which increased 3% in 2011 and has increased 7% through July. Northwest Littleton was down 4% in 2011, but has increased 11% in 2012. One of the bigger sectors in the city, it's classified as a location, but it's the utilities, and that's money that we get from the electric and telecommunications companies, which is a sales tax on those revenues. It was down 8% in 2011, but has increased 10% in 2012. So we really are dependent on some of those electric and gas taxes that come into the city, because that's part of the retail sales tax. When you look at the largest sector, which is out of state, it's increased 11% in 2011 and has increased 16% in 2012. So this is a really dramatic increase. We think this is part of the whole national streamlined sales tax. A lot of the internet sales tax issues are coming to the federal level and might even get approved in the next couple of years on internet sales becoming taxable. We think some of these companies are already complying. We're receiving a lot of software, hardware sales taxes from these companies. And some of the other jurisdictions in the area have seen some increases in that area too. But that's where a lot of these out-of-state sales are occurring, and they're generating a lot of sales taxes for the city right now. I'm not sure that that's going to be maintainable or sustainable in the future, but we'll keep monitoring it, and that's why we have it as a separate location, so we can monitor that. But those four sectors I just talked about comprise 61% of retail sales and general use taxes, so quite a large totality of money. As I said, in 2013, staff is projecting a 1% rise in sales taxes and a 20% decline in use taxes. And the main factor for that conservative estimate on retail sales is just the tenuous economic recovery. We think we're kind of creeping out of the recession, but it's still unstable. There's still a lot of economic issues, unemployment on a national level, and we just don't know if the local economy is going to be sustainable. For the use taxes, 2012 incurred a dramatic increase of about 20%, and we're projecting a drop to the 2008-2011 average, and that's why we're projecting a drop next year of about $1.2 million, which is about a 20% drop, down to $1.2 million. And again, both these revenue sources are tightly correlated to economic factors. And there may be some development projects that begin later this year, but we do not expect most of them to be completed until spring of next year. And significant development may occur in the near future, maybe 2014 or later, but I don't want to realize those revenues, start building them into our projections until it's pretty much a certainty that those projects are going to happen. It's hard to really factor in, dollars and resources and budget for those when we really don't have anything signed more concrete.
Which projects, for example, are you referencing?
Well, this is where we get into kind of theoretical trajectory.
So some of these, Bruce, for example, the Alamo Draft House is in place but won't be up and running until next year.
Right.
So we've got some building use tax coming in this year, but we won't see
Right.
sales tax generation until next year. And then I'm going to talk in more detail. Sorry, Doug.
But are you saying, obviously the use tax doesn't get replicated next year, and that's
Correct.
always spiky, and it's hard to know.
Because that's based upon the development at the time.
Right. But
So-
I assume CarMax is coming in this year, but are you including Alamo broadly in the assumption of sales tax revenue growth, for example?
Well, a lot of those projects, when they get completed, they'll be bringing in equipment, furniture, fixtures, and they'll be paying use tax on that.
Right.
But we don't have really any estimates on that equipment that they might be bringing in that's more portable. We know what the building use tax might be.
No, I'm not worried about that. I was thinking more from the standpoint of when they're up and operating, you've got an assumption with respect to sales tax that would you broadly say you believe you're incorporating things like Alamo that are new businesses in your assumption set?
No, I think the 1% is basically based on inflation, just prices going up.
Not including anything incremental like an Alamo?
No, I don't see any big catalyst retail sales tax projects. I mean, that might bring in some retail dollars, but I don't see like a big box coming in next year. That might be something, if we knew it was going to happen, that we could bank on some extra retail sales taxes.
Right.
And CarMax might have some materials, supplies, some parts, but that's kind of smaller retail dollars. It won't be a lot of ongoing revenues coming into the city.
Okay, thanks.
Doug, just to make sure I'm following you, when you talk about, for the sales tax revenue, 1% over 2012, is the 2012 base you're using as the year-end estimate for 2012 or the 2012 budget?
I'm basing that 1% over the 2012 year-end estimate, which is 4% above last year. Any other questions about sales and use taxes? The next bullet, property taxes, which represent 8% of the general fund revenues. The property taxes rose in 2009 and 2010, but then they dropped by 2.4% in 2011. There's a little bit of a lag period. Of course, assessed values are based on market values and the housing slump, and so it took a little bit of time to really catch up to the city, since the assessor's look-back period is about a year and a half. So 2011, 2012 we thought would be a down couple of years. Next year we budgeted about a 2% decline, or $82,000, and we just got some recent valuations from the counties, and it looks like it might not be that much. It might be more flat or in line with 2012. So we might not incur that $82,000 reduction next year, and we'll try to update those estimates with council. We just got those estimates in, but that's what it looks like. So that would be a little bit of a bump going into next year, because we can count on those revenues coming in. Going forward, some of those projects that we just kind of talked about, it will take another year or two before they do hit the assessor's books, and then we'll be able to assess as part of the property taxes. And so probably at the earliest it'll be 2014. We might see a little bit of new construction dollars coming in there. The third bullet is our fire partner contracted payments, and that represents about 23%. This is not a revenue stream. Basically, we have the two partner districts, Sullivan's Ranch Metro District, Littleton Fire Protection District, and they reimburse the city about 70 to 71% of the total fire department, communications center expenditures. So that's a reimbursement we get, and it brings in 23% of the revenues for the general fund. So you'll see some policy questions coming up later on the fire department, and a lot of those will be reimbursed approximately 70% from the fire partners. So that's a huge revenue source coming back into the city for those expenditures. Any questions about those major revenue sources?
Doug, if we put out a policy question, or at least a research question would be, we're not adopting the budget for a while. It sounds like there might be some wiggle room in some of the revenue side. As you're talking both with regard to property taxes and also looking at the potential for sales and use, when you talk about some of those bumps, when will those bumps become a little bit better projectable? Is it not until 2013, or is it somewhere in the next couple of months?
Well, we should be able to have the property tax estimates finalized in the next week or so. So that one will be a really short time frame. I'm not sure about retail sales and use taxes. What we'll do as time goes on, obviously, we'll have a better trend of 2012. We might have a better idea how we're going to end up for 2012. We can better project for 2013. So always as time goes on, we can look at those historical trends. But I'm not sure if waiting any longer, are you talking about just delaying? If we delay the 2013 budget adoption, would that give us a better idea on the revenues?
We're still a ways away from that adoption date. If it looks like there's more revenue, that kind of closes whatever gap we might feel like we have to close.
Then I think staff will look at revising up or down those revenue estimates and coming in more support for 2013. And we can revise those estimates accordingly.
And that might be, Phil, some of those things where, as I said, you want to appropriate the money, but before we pull the trigger on it, it does come back.
Question, you were mentioning the fire partner contract. We were in the process of doing the true-up mechanism, sort of revising the costs that they were reimbursing as per the renegotiated contract. And I don't recall when the time frame for that, maybe it was the end of this year, and then it would take effect next year. So I guess my question is, in terms of the costs you've got them reimbursing us for, is it reflective of sort of the new true-up mechanism, or is
Okay, are you talking about the administrative fee of 6%?
Right.
We are almost, I think we're almost done. We've met with the districts a few different times.
Okay.
And we don't have those assumptions built into next year's budget. But it looks like we are close to finalizing how that calculation will occur.
Directionally, is it noise or is there a movement?
You know, it looks like it's going to be roughly the same, somewhere in.
You've got sort of this, that already, you've got last year's approach in here baked?
We have last year's approach in here, and I would be surprised if that changed dramatically.
Okay.
But it won't. We're thinking, you know, we still don't have this finalized, but we're thinking we could try to implement it somewhere in the middle of the year next year.
Okay.
Once we have the calculation mechanism in place and how.
As long as it's not moving, as long as it's not a material variance to what you guys have assumed, I'm okay with it.
It
I
does
just
not.
wondered if it was.
It doesn't look like it will be material.
My recollection was that the contract said we would stay at the 6% until that agreed upon amount
That's
was
right.
in place. So.
Right. Okay.
Capital fund.
Moving forward into the capital fund, and again, those are in the budget book, page 153 as well. But in the capital fund, we're looking at an ending fund balance 2013 of $5 million based on revenues and expenditures. Revenues for about $4.5 million, expenditures $6.7 million. And you'll see a lot of those expenditures will be in the policy questions we'll be going through with council over the next couple of nights. Now, just looking at the ongoing revenue streams in the capital projects fund, 44% of the ongoing revenues are from the highway users tax fund, and these are statewide revenues that are allocated, and it's based on lane miles in the street. And so we receive an allocation from the state. It's roughly around $1.2 to $1.3 million a year. The building use tax is 21% of the ongoing revenues, and that is a construction use tax that when builders or developers come in and they're applying for a building permit, they will pay a construction use tax, which is based on the permit value, and they'll pay that up front instead of just when they buy their equipment, then they're paying the use tax. So,
On the highway user tax fund, as we've taken responsibility for a few more miles of streets from the state, does that increase that revenue?
yes, it will. It'll increase that formula. And they've already given us an estimate for 2013, so it's built in here, and it's fractionally above 2012, but not too much. But yes, it will benefit the city.
Next slide.
So
You said that.
80% of that formula is based on number of vehicles, 20% is based on lane miles, so it is a weighted formula.
And I'm going to go into more detail on the capital fund specifically here in a minute.
So the ongoing revenue streams, the highway users tax is basically out of the city's control unless those two components, the lane miles or the vehicles, change. But it is based on the whole statewide formula. The building use tax revenues has averaged about $1.25 million from 2009 into next year, and we are conservatively estimating $600,000 for the building use tax revenues next year, which is a big reduction, $350,000 reduction from the $950,000 we anticipate to receive in 2012. But again, due to the slow economic recovery, we're taking a conservative budgeting approach for this revenue stream. So if we do realize more money, that'll be just more money in the capital projects fund.
And part of that is knowing what projects are currently in the queue right now, because it's projects that are coming in now and into probably first quarter next year that would make it through the land use process, through the building process, where they could actually start construction in 2013. And so that's part of where we're looking at those numbers, is there's not a lot currently in the queue right now that would move that off the needle a whole lot.
So what drew you to conclude it would be 600,000?
Well, we looked at a couple years ago, and I think the city received about 450,000. I know we were in a recession, but I think we're climbing out of the recession, but I'm just not sure how many of those building projects are going to be underway, and until we're actually inking those deals, basically, I wouldn't want to count on those revenues.
But where did you get the 600,000? You from the 450,000 and?
Yeah, we looked at 950,000 this year, and we thought it would be about a third of a reduction, down to about the $600,000 level. I think we had 8 projects this year that were $1 million or more, so we had some pretty large projects come on the books this year. And just talking with the building department, it's hard to say right now, but they don't really see those projects. We can't really count on those for next year. Of course, they may or may not happen, or they may get pushed into 2014. So that's why we decided to reduce that line item by about a third. So we thought there might be a third of those big projects that might happen next year. It's kind of a guess. It's kind of a guess. And when you look at over the history of that revenue stream, it is very elastic. It's going to go up and down, and a lot of it is going to be tied to the economy. So when I budget, I don't want to be on the wrong side of that. And I don't see a real benefit to gauging too high and then not end up reaching that target.
We're in a delicate balance because we will never spend everything that's appropriated for a variety of reasons. We don't want to be too low on our estimate. We always want to be conservative, of course, because we don't want to anticipate more money and then not be able to come through with that. But we also don't want to be too low, because then you guys are going to be looking at us going, well, how come you're 3% off, 4% off, 5% off on a regular basis? So it's a challenge for finance departments across the state to get that number below, but not so far below that, to Phil's earlier comment as well, you're underestimating, and therefore we're not producing or providing the level of service that you could be, or maintaining the streets at the level you could be. So,
Yeah, that's one revenue source we're always going to be wrong. I mean, we are never going to hit that even close. Very difficult to project.
all right, we're going to move along here because we're going to be hitting our hour, and not that it's a magic time frame. So the next couple slides, I want to try to create the kind of the context that we're having, that we believe the council needs to have this conversation. And so as you get into the policy questions, you have a common understanding of how we have proposed the budget, and I'm proposing to talk about it differently. And I'll explain that here in a minute, because I think part of the confusion or difference or frustration that I've heard from several council members about how it's been talked about or discussed in the past is how we presented and talked and discussed about it in the past. So we're going to try to make it as clean, but there's some fairly substantial, there's a substantial policy shift that I want to make sure that everyone is clear on. So this slide, which obviously is not, it's time and money in here, this is our operating costs. So this is us. We are 75% of our operating costs is PE, is personnel expenditures. The rest is stuff. We're a service organization. We're a service entity. That's what we do, so it's no surprise. We, by average, on the Front Range are a little higher. 71, 70, 73 might be closer to an average for personnel. But considering we have a fairly substantial fire service delivery area, it's probably no surprise that we're slightly higher than others. Because it's beyond our corporate boundaries, so that would tend to skew us in some respects. But that's what this is. So this is what we have proposed as an operating budget. One of the things that we are proposing to the council, you have a range right now of 8 to 18% for your reserve. We're proposing a 17-month or a 2-month, 17% or a 2-month reserve, inclusive of Tabor. So Tabor arbitrarily picked 3%, that's what's in it. So that 17% is a full reserve, including Tabor. So in essence, you would have 14% of that that is at the discretion of the council. Beyond that, and we had to blow the number up so you could actually see it, is money that we're calling available resources, but it's excess money that is in your general fund above what it costs to provide the current level of service and policies and things that council has identified, and your reserve. What we are proposing as a policy is all of that money gets transferred in the capital fund. And I would, trying to think about how to explain it, I would say this is your checking account in your house. This is what pays your mortgage, it pays the bills, it pays for the water. You don't have a savings account in your checking account. You have a savings account, which is your 17% reserve. 14% again of which is truly a rainy day fund. It is a reserve. You can draw on it any time. You could spend it this afternoon. Okay, you can spend it next Tuesday because it's a council meeting. But anything above that is money that should go, we believe, into the capital fund, and you'll partially see why. What's happening right now is we've got something that people call a fund balance here. I tried to get a bunch of different colors. You have your operating, you have your reserve, and then you have whatever the excess is above that. And this fund balance, calling something in the general fund a fund balance, I think has caused a lot of disconnect and weirdness amongst people about what that is. Because it isn't anything. You have a reserve right here, which you have identified as 8 to 18%, and it's whatever the number is right now. But there's no difference between these two because these are both at the discretion of the council. So what we're proposing, I'm not drawing this, what we're proposing is that you take anything excess above whatever you decide is your policy for reserves plus your operational dollars, and you get it out of there and you move it into your capital. Your capital does have a fund balance. Your capital is sitting there because it pays for your roads, it pays for your roof, it pays for the HVAC systems, it pays for the $6.5 million that we've got in the budget policy questions this evening. And I think it will be a heck of a lot cleaner for people to understand because you're not sitting there with this weird dollars out here that is separate from anything else. Because if you call a reserve fund and then you call something a fund balance, it just creates something weird that people don't understand. So the million that we're proposing, so one of the reasons that we show expenditures greater than revenues for 2013, which may have thrown a couple of you for a loop, is because we are proposing to spend, in quotes, this imaginary fund balance down here. But it is part of your general fund. So we're proposing to take this excess, this blue, and transfer that, $1 million of it, as we anticipate year-end revenues, into the capital fund. And then we're proposing to take $400,000 of it, and these are rough numbers, I can't remember the exact numbers, and use it for the operational dollars. So you can think of that as deficit spending if that's how you want to think about it, because we're proposing to spend more than we're getting in a given year. But you can't deficit spend in local government, as you know, because you can't budget that way. You can't spend more than you bring than you have. So that is a key shift in both how we talk about it and a proposal to move all of those dollars over. Yes, Jim?
So if you take that and put it into the capital fund, and then you take the fire partners and put that into a separate fund, that's going to show a dramatic decrease in our general fund in the budget.
In the general fund component of the budget, it will, I believe it will be reflective of the true amount of money that it costs to perform the general fund services in Littleton. But yes, to answer your question, it would reduce that number by a significant amount. And those dollars from this fund balance are there. They're just sitting in your capital fund waiting for the council to appropriate those to do whatever it might be that the council wants to do. So the other piece that I want you to keep in mind, and this is self-evident, but I want to put it on the table. I'm going to say transparent one more time, because we're going to be transparent. No. If we need to say it, then we're not. The more downward pressure you put on the operating expenses reduces, obviously, the operation expenses, but it also reduces your percentage of necessary reserves, which increases the percentage of the blue, which increases the amount that you can transfer to the capital fund and provide service delivery, or capital projects, rather, to your constituents. So feel free, as we go through this process, to have downward pressure on us, the staff, on our operational costs, because that is where you're going to increase this. The other thing we could do is ratchet that revenue projection up to 5 or 8%, and this will look really good. But we don't want to play that game. Mm-hmm. Yes, Bruce. Yes.
I'm not sure I'm in agreement with what you're saying, but I need a clarification.
You will be.
I may not be. The clarification is, I don't think there's a problem that you move the $1 million into the capital fund that you discuss in your manager's message. What I'm concerned about is when you create projected expenditures out of the capital fund that are way higher than what they've been for the last 5 years. So
you talking about the general fund?
No,
or capital?
Capital.
So realize
the last 5 years average is in, let's say, $5 million area,
yeah.
And you're proposing, say, in the $6 million area, and you're moving $1 million into that fund. I'm assuming it goes to expenditures. It's not going to sit there as a reserve. It's
So we're going to talk about capital in a second.
Okay.
So I hear your comment, but I want to talk about capital separately. So, Peggy, before we... 17%?
Sorry. In that reserve, I thought Tabor was separate from that. You said it was in that 17%.
Yeah,
and
we're
I
including...
thought that it had to be kept separate.
Well, how it's managed in the fund, actually through the accounting process versus how we talk about it. Yes, the 3% can't be touched. It's not discretionary in that sense.
So you can't use that to pay 2 months. You can't use that piece to pay any operating expenses.
Well, you can. You just
No.
have to, I don't know the exact criteria that it has, you have to have a finding of,
It's a very specific
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
and monthly operating expenses aren't included.
well,
I think
they
Tabor
are.
is restricted for natural disasters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I
But-
mean, if we bottom out in things, that percent used to pay operating expenses can't include the Tabor. It can only be for the disaster stuff.
Yeah, and council adopted a reserve policy of 8 to 18%, of which Tabor is part of that 8 to 18.
It is.
Yes,
So
so
then
if
we-
it was at the minimum
how
of
much-
8,
so-
then Tabor would be 3% and the city
So
portion would
then
be
how
5.
much, if Tabor's in the 18, then do we indeed have 15% for 2 months operating
Yes, that's why I said
expenses?
earlier, you have 14% essentially at your easy discretion.
Okay, 'cause-
Ease of
And
discretion.
that's part of why we have that range established.
Okay,
But Michael is asking you to, in this budget, to adopt a 17% reserve.
right, which is really 14% plus Tabor.
And I'm just going to ask,
Okay,
just going to ask a math question. 2 months is 1/6 of the year, which is 16.6%. So how do you get to 16.6% where 17.3 is supposed to have 3 plus 2 months? So I'm having some,
2 months is a verbal language, 17 is what we're proposing. Because it's close to being able to articulate to a person what that equates to. As opposed to 1 month, 24 days, 6 hours, 3 minutes, and 82 seconds. Yes, Jerry?
So, I'm trying to follow along with you here.
Sure.
So,
Please. Thank
we're going to take $1 million, is it $1 million?
Proposed, yes.
Propose $1 million, and we'll take it from our operating reserves,
Our operating account,
operating reserves account.
just your general,
That's
your
the
general
question.
fund, your general fund account.
Okay,
So if you take this, there's money in our checking account, and call it $1.4 million. $1.4 million. We have our operating budget of 42 million, whatever the number is, 40x million, that's here.
49 million.
We're proposing to take out of our checking account balance, take 400,000, put it into our operating budget, and take $1 million and move it into the capital fund. You still have 17% reserve in the checking account. So the checking account in 2013 will have whatever the total operating budget amount is,
49 million.
49 million, and we'll have 17% of that in reserve. So that's what you'll see in the checking account.
Jerry, on page 1, which is the first page of the general fund tab, basically they've got it there. The year-end estimate is the $9,907,000 in 2012. And what he's doing is taking $1 million out of that number, which is included in the ending fund balance for 13, which is $8,362,000.
Right.
That's where it's all coming from.
And the reason that I'm proposing to do that is what I just went through, because it's nothing more than this. It's nothing more than part of your reserve. You can call it whatever you want, but the fact is it's discretionary money that council has sitting in its checking account. And I'm saying that a cleaner way to think and talk about that is to move it into the capital fund, which is, as you'll see, needs some assistance as well. So, yes, sir.
So, again, this being the first time for me here.
Yeah.
So then, this is discretionary money that is going to be spent in 2013 already.
No, it's separate. Think about it as a transfer. We're moving that $1 million into the capital fund. It's going to sit there until the council appropriates the expenditure of it, which is what you're doing tonight in the majority of the 43 policy questions.
So, again, so it is coming out of reserves.
Yes, if you want to think about that, yes. It is excess of what the council's policy currently is, and it's excess of what I am recommending to you that your reserve policy be. So it is not coming out of reserves. Reserves are currently set at 18, the policy is 8 to 18%. We're sitting at above that.
We've been historically 20-21% the last couple of years.
So say we're at 21%, Jerry, just for purposes of discussion. Well, that amount would equate to roughly 1.4 million. We're proposing to pull that down to a 17% policy reserve. So So we have more money than the council has directed us to keep for reserves that's sitting there in the checking account, and we're proposing to do something with it, which is move it into the capital fund.
So it is reducing the amount that we would normally put into, that we have been putting into reserves.
No, you are already in excess of what you have told us to put into reserves, because we've been making more money or spending less in the general fund.
Right, and in my mind, though, so it's something that would go to reserves, however, we're reallocating it.
Okay, sure. Yep. And it's going into the capital fund where it will sit in a fund collecting interest until you guys say spend it on this, that, or the other thing. Yes, sir.
Can I try a different thought process? And so Doug kind of helped me on this, which is...
I think Jerry got it, but if the need is still out there.
Okay, well, it is for me, because it's a different way for me to understand it, which is what we actually budgeted for year-end 2012 was a 16% reserve. That was our target for year-end 2012.
That's correct.
And what's going to happen is we're going to end 2012 better off.
Yes.
Because we don't usually budget to the 20 or 21%. We budgeted to the 16%, where we're going to end 2012 with some, somewhere in excess of $2 million more in that fund balance reserve than we had budgeted for 2012. At least my way in looking at it is what we're doing is we're taking the fortune element that we might have ended up with in 2012 and saying, hey, we're actually going to spend some of that. So if you look at a 2-year budget component between 2012 and 2013, all we're doing is taking some of our fortunate point of 2012 experience and possibly looking at least what's on the table is spending some of that and putting some of it in the capital fund and spending some of it. I don't know what the 270,000 transfer is, but that's my thought around it, which is it's not reducing it from year-end 2012. It's taking some of what was some of our fortune in 2012.
And actually, a lot of it came from 2011 too, Phil. But you're right.
Comes from being conservative in your revenue estimates. Used fortune as another. All right, next. Oh, we'll get to the next slide here. So the two things to keep in mind from this slide are intended to say transfer the excess into the capital fund where it will sit until you expend it, and especially relative to policy question 41, downward pressure on operations is one of the ways that you will get money for the capital fund, because as Doug pointed out in a couple slides ago, the only 2 ongoing revenue streams that we have for the capital fund is HUTF, which is dedicated revenue, so you can't use it for anything but streets, and 2, your building use tax. And the building use tax only comes if things are being built. And as you all know, we're pretty close to build out. And so I'll get into more detail about that. So the other way that you get some revenue is to downward pressure here to make the blue available resources greater so you can transfer it into the capital fund. Yes, Peggy?
Since I suspect somebody's watching in TV land, when we say it's sitting there, it's not just sitting there. You have some revenue coming in off of it, don't you?
Oh, there's interest revenue.
Right.
Making just gobs of money right now.
But we're making something,
Well, yeah,
right?
but it's not.
This is because people are hearing this. It's not just sitting.
Right. There's about $36 to $37 million that we do have invested, and it's diversified, yes.
So, thank you.
Sitting there. Making interest.
Making interest.
All right.
Mike,
Yes, sir.
explain to me why it makes sense to put downward pressure on the operating funds in order to generate a fund surplus.
Oh, I'm not saying it makes sense.
Okay.
I'm saying that, it's a way. I want to just be real with the council that I recognize that one of the ways that you can provide for this community and maintain its infrastructure that we spend hundreds of millions of dollars over the life of the city of Littleton is to reduce operational expenditures. And I want to put it out on the table that that is a real place where you can come after the staff and say, we want to see you be more efficient in this area. We want you to analyze this and that. And we're going to get to that in a very real discussion on policy question 41.
Because
that-
it's very real that you put the pressure on the operating side to generate capital, something happens. And it may not always be good.
No, absolutely. And it's one of 4 things that I'm going to talk about for the future, because this is not the preferred method, and it can only go so far. Because if you're putting downward pressure on operations, that's a reduction of service delivery to the community. That's all it ends up with at the end of the day. But policy question 41, and it's online too for those watching in TV land, is the, sorry, I lost my train of thought, that there are services and there are programs and policies that we have in place that in tight economic times, we ought to have a real discussion about whether or not we can afford, are they appropriate at this time relative to other trade-offs in terms of more core service delivery. So, no, we don't want you to spend much time thinking about it. I don't want to pretend like that's not real. Okay. All right, this slide is intended just to show, so in our capital fund, we have not put the HUTF money in this slide because that comes out, that comes in and then goes out. We have 1.6 million, 1.5 million, almost 6 million in annual certificates of participation, COPs, that are due based upon what you heard Doug's revenue projection for the capital fund. The point of this slide is to show without doing any capital projects, nothing but debt service payment, our debt service outstrips our revenue stream on a regular and ongoing basis by the tune of almost $1 million in 2013, and then as payments get paid off and slow down, it starts to come together. So without revenue, how do you pay that debt service? You pull from your capital fund reserve that differential. So that's going to draw down your capital fund reserve. So the summary statement here is that if we did nothing to increase the revenue in the capital fund reserve, and we only paid lease COPs, didn't pay any other capital fund, no HVACs, no can't say roads, no nothing, we would run out of our capital fund in about 9 years, well before those COPs are due to expire. So we've got to do something as a summary statement on this slide. Next slide. All right. This is kind of the reverse of that, including capital projects. So this has HUTF included. It's got our leases and our projects. Revenue generated, roughly $2 million. You can move that up if you want to imagine more projects coming in, move it to $3 million if that makes you feel good. Based upon our current 5-year capital projects need, we're running at close to $5.5 million, starts to come down as some COPs get paid off and then starts to bounce back up again. This differential of, call it $3 million, is the shortfall that we've got in that need. So this just amplifies it from, once you include the capital fund, we've got to start having a discussion about how we're going to get new revenue to fund our capital needs in this community over the long term. Yes, Bruce? Bad Bruce.
Oh, bad Bruce.
He hasn't actually earned that moniker yet this evening.
Which one is that?
Yeah, I don't know yet. Just based upon historical averages, I'm just going to jump in.
No, I was going to ask if you could sort of, other than the COPS, you're saying the COPS are in that, certificates of participation, lease payments are in the green number.
Correct.
Can you explain some of the additional elements of those projects?
It's taken from the 5-year capital.
The 5-year capital, proposed capital plan that's in the proposed budget book. So it's not only the leases, the COPS, but it's also other project needs that are in the projected to come out of the capital projects fund.
Okay,
So it's technology projects, it's building needs, it's all
Right,
this.
but it's not sewer, because sewer's an enterprise fund, so it's things around
That would come out of your capital
General
fund.
facility,
general fund, right.
technology.
Right.
And it's really intended to show that there's a shortfall in our capital fund, that our capital needs are projected to outstrip our capital fund revenues.
But it does include fire vehicle replacement at this juncture, because
Correct.
you haven't carved that out, notwithstanding we've got fire partner money that pays for some of that. But
Correct.
the fire partner money is not in your blue number, is it?
I don't believe so.
No, this would just be our share of those fire apparatus
Okay,
costs.
so our share is in the green line, and our share of the,
Yes, our share is in the green
Revenue.
line.
okay,
Yep. We just netted the contributions back into the project needs.
okay,
So the partner contributions are not in the blue line.
okay, thanks.
Next slide.
Can the other Bruce go now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bruce, yes.
Just to follow on the other Bruce, various projects, lease, COPS, that line, that has a number of different items actually in it. Sometime maybe you could break that out for us, because I don't know what the various projects are.
Yeah, and there is a little bit more detail in the 5-year CIP program in here, because we have the courthouse cops, we have the museum,
Okay, that's the place to
and
look.
then we have the ladder truck and the police radio leases. So those are all separately described.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Besides, and you're right on with the challenge that we're facing here with fixed costs that we can see coming up. What then, we have a number of items in our budget suggested here that would be capital fund areas. It would seem to me that what you're saying is approach those with great caution, and anything that you approve, you need to understand you're making that curve a lot faster.
So, glad you said that, Bruce. So everything in the policy questions is in the proposed budget. So if you say no to something, you're going to reduce this green line down in the capital fund, or you're going to decrease. Thanks for saying that. I have a note here. Budget includes all expenses. So, yes.
I think one of the things you've got to keep in mind, that we've got streets in this city that are going to have to be redone, which is going to be another major capital expense we've got to go through. And where the money's going to come from to do that is going to be a big problem for a future council to discuss, because we've got millions of dollars worth of streets we need to redo.
There is no doubt that 1.2 million that Doug said for our 66 lane miles, give or take whatever that number is not sufficient to maintain that level. We should be spending substantially more than the 1.2 million a year on this. But thanks again, Bruce, for clarifying that. Those are all the policy questions in there. So not that we want you to say no, but if you say no, it will either decrease the operational expenditures, allowing you to transfer more to the capital fund, or decrease the expense out of the capital fund. Next slide. So this is, again, not reality, but it's intended to give you a visual that previous slide that we had that had the capital expenditures, COPs, and revenues. If that were actually to occur by about the middle of 2014, our capital fund would be in the red. So we are not, depending upon how you think about this, we're not in an absolute crisis mode. We're standing on the precipice, but we are in a great place, I think, to have the conversation about what we want to do for the long term. Because obviously, you can't sustain this. We're not ever going to reach this point. So now is a good time to start talking about what are our capital needs, what are the services that you believe we should be in the business of providing to this community, and what level should we be providing those services. And starting now, as Bruce, Councilman Beckman just pointed out, just to separate good and bad Bruces over there currently, as you go through the 2013 policy questions, that's why we had this conversation first, because we want you to have this context in mind as you make decisions about what do you want to support and what you don't want to support. Because we are in a juncture. We have a decision, we being the council, have a key decision to make as you go through this. All right. So I didn't want to start the policy questions on that ending. So there are options for the future. One of the things, and Doug kind of alluded to this, is after the election, we don't really know what's going to happen to the economy. People could feel great about it. Typically, you see a big uptick after an election. People are excited that it's over, I suppose, and they go out and they spend money, probably drink a lot, depending upon who wins or who loses and all that. But it's possible that we could just see an uptick in the economy. You could start to come together, less concern about worldwide issues, et cetera, et cetera. Increased business use tax from additional construction. I don't have a big picture of this. this is what I started with. Glenn, thank you, Glenn, got me a larger one. We do have we do have a fair amount of projects. We've got Enser, Marathon, Erickson, I don't know what we call the old Walmart site, spot over next to Federal and Bellevue, the old sheriff's property. We have a fair amount of projects that the phone is ringing on right now that people want to do something with. What we're starting to hear, I think, in summary is, because people are asking, why is the phone ringing now? And a lot of what I think we're getting is people they're tired of waiting. They want to go do something. They're getting fed up with this, so they're starting to call us. These are not small projects. They have substantial impact in our business use tax. But as Doug and I have mentioned, the reality of those dollars coming in 2013 is pretty slim, because they have to get through the land use process, and then they have to get through the building permit process, which is probably going to take any of these larger projects more than a year to get through. And so we would anticipate those building use taxes really realistically coming in 2014, not 2013. The reason I have here that they're short term is because they're one-time revenues. And so you're going to see a nice big spike in your capital fund revenue through this, but it's not sustainable. So it helps offset that slightly, but it's not a long-term ongoing revenue stream allowing us to maintain those streets in any kind of length of time. So it might help buffer it a little bit, but we've got to start talking about something more and sustainable over the long haul. I mentioned this is just repeating the service delivery discussion. I'm going to keep hitting you on policy question 41 because that's where we're going to talk about that in great detail. But that has short and midterm delivery issues, because if you cut a program right now, you start to see a short term, midterm, depending upon reduction of service levels, if you want to have something be gradual, but there's community implications on doing that. Realistically, I think at some point we need to have, we being you, have to have a strong conversation with yourselves and the community about new revenue streams. I've listed sales and property tax. It's why I pointed out earlier, 85% of our revenue comes from sales and property tax. When people talk about diversifying revenue in a municipal government, there is no diversification of revenue. You got sales tax and you got property tax. How you divvy that up, I put IDs in here, improvement districts. You can slice and dice it in a multitude of different ways, but at the end of the day, I'm either paying a sales tax or I'm paying a property tax of one fashion or another. 15% of our revenue comes from fees and other revenue streams. You're not going to jack that number up substantially to offset the need to have a discussion about sales and property tax. And that is a discussion ultimately about service delivery. At what level does this community want to see these levels of service provided to them? We're going to get a good feel from that when we get the 2012 community survey back, because we ask in there about service delivery. We ask about, I can't remember, Kelly, 15, 18 different service areas. We ask them how we're doing, and then we ask them how much they value that. So we know, are we over-delivering in areas that they don't care about? Are we under-delivering in areas that they really care a high amount about? So that'll, I think, help staff and the council reallocate resources accordingly. So this whole budget discussion tonight is really setting the stage for these conversations out there, because we're not broke, but we can see that our checking account is getting fairly limited, and we've got to start thinking about how we do things slightly differently. Did I hit on your capital?
You did
in this?
partly,
Okay.
yes. I want to say you included planning for a mature city.
Oh, yeah.
And are you going to talk about that? Because I think that really changes the revenue projections. The revenue projections based on an emerging economy have nothing to do with the demographics of our city,
Yes.
which is this argument, which we really need to consider.
So this, Councilman Beckman's referring to a memo that I got. Actually, previous Mayor Susan Thornton emailed it to me, and it was written by some staff person, we're not exactly sure who, back in 19, help me out on 88. And it is an incredible projection of what would happen over the next several decades as we matured in age and we matured in a developed community. I was not going to speak to it. But we put it in there because we read it as finance and thought it is an amazing prediction. Somebody had their crystal ball very much shined up. And had we thought about it probably at the time and been more intentional, we might not quite be in this area. But the way I took that is where we all in all our aspects. We are doing our comp plan update from 1981. We are doing our first community survey since 1993. We are in the process of updating our subdivision regs, which were written for new greenfield development, not redevelopment. So we're in this place. This conversation is just part of the updating of the city of Littleton to address and deal with where we are today in our level of community maturity, if you will. So, but we thought it was apropos that it showed up in my email and just thought it was fascinating and put it in there. You want to take 5 minutes and we'll get into policy questions? I think the next one is a policy question.
Let's go.
Yep. Keep going? Okay. Keep going. All right. All in favor of this one, say aye. Aye. Next. All right. So the way this is going to work, so I'm going to walk through all the policy questions just to keep us moving and keep us focused. We do have all the department heads here so they can answer any specific questions that you may have. As I said earlier, we will be writing down. We're not going to do it now because I don't really want to wordsmith this evening on the directive, but we'll end each policy question with the mayor handling it however she wants, of going around the table and making sure that you guys are comfortable with what this is. And I would, because on a PowerPoint it doesn't really work to put all the text from the question in there, I would ask that you just follow along with your own notes that you've got in there. It is all online, so people, if they're watching on television, they can modify this. But the policy question number one is, does council support a total compensation package as brought by the Employee Benefit Committee? And here's what the details of that would be. And Eric, jump in if I destroy this. But we talk in the highlight, which I think is the next slide, about our employee clinic. And let me briefly identify what that employee clinic is. And it's starting to become used more and more. I think it's been used elsewhere around the country, but in Colorado it's used. I know it's used in Summit County by the county, and there's a couple other counties that are using it as well. But essentially it's local government getting somewhat into the healthcare business by actually creating an on-site clinic, and through a third-party administrator hiring doctors to provide the kind of standard, your normal care physician. So I have a cold, I've got my prescription that I need to have filled, I've got my maintenance drugs that are necessary that I take on an ongoing basis, I've got to go get my shots, I think I've got strep, those types of things. And you send them into this clinic and it's free for the employee, so you create an incentive to go there, which reduces our out-of-pocket costs because we're not paying for the overhead and the other services that are provided through the normal doctor visits, and we're anticipating saving a substantial amount of money. And what we've seen from real-life experience from those other communities that are using it is they're realizing those revenue savings. And Peggy, you had a question before?
Yeah, so I just love what you just said. In part, I like what you said, but so I have strep throat, so I come to the city center and give strep throat to other people?
No, it's going to be located over, it's a clinic. It's a doctor's office in essence.
Not here.
At the Buck
Not
Center.
here, at the Buck Center is where we're actually proposing that it be.
But a lot of our employees, I don't know the percentage, some percentage of our employees, I thought it was somewhat significant, don't live in Littleton, do they?
I would imagine it is a large percentage don't live in Littleton.
Do we have any
I'm not
facts
sure.
on that?
We are creating an incentive for them to come and utilize this facility by reducing or eliminating their copay requirements. And we need to hit roughly a 50% utilization rate to reach those savings. And so there are may be additional drive time for people to utilize it. That's a reality in every place where people go. We already have some of that in our in-system is not the right word, in-network, thank you, in-network and out-of-network system as well. Jim?
I was very excited about that because I think it can work, and it has saved money in other places. As a taxpayer, though, I think if it gets started, we may want to bring in a partner as South Suburban with their employees,
Yep.
and it will help us maybe reduce some of the costs that we would have and be better utilization.
And absolutely, that's something, and that's what we're seeing in other areas. And if I would use Summit County as an example, the county wanted to run it, I believe, for about 2 to 3 years on their own to really understand, because they were the fiscal agent for it and understanding that. And at the time, and Frisco may have joined, I don't know, but at one point they were interested in opening it up because you do get some additional benefit from those other bodies participating. There's also a risk level because this is a risky business of health insurance as a whole. But I think certainly once we've got some experience under our belt, there's others. And you can even, I mean, we could partner with Englewood, you can partner with others in how to do it.
District.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it really ends up being successful. It's limited hours. I mean, one of the great things that I've seen in how this actually plays out, we've all tried to make that doctor's appointment, and you show up and you sit there for 30 minutes, and then you're seen for 3, and you're out the door. Because we are managing it, we get to set the level of service expectation. So, you know, you can register online. You say you're going to be there at 2:30. You walk in at 2:30. There's no waiting. You walk in, you're seen, and you're out. So there's a benefit to the employee as well, and its efficiency. And if it's not a sick thing, it's just going to fill in a prescription or something. It can be efficient for a variety of reasons. So.
So make sure I understand exactly what you're saying here. City's implementing a wellness clinic paid by city and employee health premiums at a cost of $272,500. What portion of that is in our expense?
All of it, if I'm understanding here.
Well, if it's paid in part by employee health premiums, wouldn't that be money coming back in from that line item?
Yeah, but it's all coming out of the same expenditure line item, I guess. I'm not understanding.
It's not.
correctly.
One of
Bruce,
it's coming out of salary.
So, Bruce, we have it, we're self-funded, right?
Right.
And you remember those discussions?
Right.
So we collect what we think we are going to have to expend, and we have a cash balance that we need to maintain. So this is above the balance that we need to maintain. And so it all comes out of that one fund.
Okay, so I'll buy that. And then you're saying targeting a minimum of 50% claims be treated and a savings in the range of $150,000 to $250,000 annually. So
And that would be after operating costs.
net. So you're saying basically you would have savings of $200,000 over and above the 272.
Correct.
How long is it going to take to ramp up? And you're basically doing this from the perspective of reduced claims from people going elsewhere and billing back, which is what you said on the self-funded side.
Right. So one thing that might be helpful to understand in getting to that 50% utilization is that this includes the pharmacy piece. And so a lot of our claims are actually pharmacy claims, maintenance, drugs, medications, things like that.
Okay.
So hitting that utilization, obviously you're not going to hit it the first month, the second month, but we'd like to try to hit it within the first year.
And historically, if you guys are basing this model on somebody else's experience,
That's correct.
who's done this?
It's the organization that we would be working with and that would be managing it is basing it on their experience with other organizations, both municipal organizations, for-profits, not-for-profits, that they have set these clinics up in. And their experience is that they end up getting 50% utilization at almost most of the places that they start.
If it doesn't happen for whatever reason, how long do you do it before you decide it doesn't make sense?
Depends on how close you are to that 50% utilization.
And is this not something, I mean, the administrative overhead of this thing is, you're paying this third party to do some level of admin. We're not subsuming that internally, correct?
Nope, we are not subsuming any of it internally.
For a variety of reasons.
Yeah, well, I believe that, but.
Go ahead. Historically, folks have always liked to have choice of providers in what they do. This is also a piece of business that a lot of people are getting out of that have been doing clinics. And this is certainly an area, and taking a look at the health clinic, I would like to see a lot more information. Have some idea that we have an idea that the folks are going to actually utilize it. And, you almost have to assume if you ask for an interest level, it's got to exceed 50% because there's going to be some drop-off in that. At least my expectation around some of this. And it's a tough area, and it's one of those things where we go back to some of our questions about what are core services, and to get us in the healthcare providing business, even though it may be for a select group, it's one of those that I would put a big question mark around, because this is one that's kind of tough, where you take all the risk in having this being provided. And I'd like to see, what are some ways that if we want to be thinking about this, where we can actually limit the upfront and the cost in this before we put out some extended contracts.
And realize what we're doing here is attempting to reduce our long-term health insurance costs. And because we're self-insured, we can manipulate to whatever extent, and I use the word manipulate, the plan to incentivize people to go there. We already do that in having out-of-network costs that are different than in-network costs. And so we're in the business of social engineering our healthcare system to try to amend that. And that's really where the future of healthcare, until something really changes, it's around the consumer becoming more cognizant of how expenditures are happening, and that includes employers, because I think employers are getting to a place where you can't continue to absorb all these numbers. So this is intended to do exactly what
There's also a bigger interest in separating healthcare from employment, so as well.
Bruce and then Jerry.
I'm sorry, I need to back up a little bit on the rules of the road for our nodding yes and no's. Because I need to tell you that I really believe we're at a turning point with our budget, with the issues that you've addressed, and it's just not going to get any easier. We have, for a number of years, used fund balances from a previous year to make it into the next year, and that is not a structurally balanced budget.
Correct.
At some point, I think we need to make the decision, to make a hard decision to go to projected expenditures, meet expected revenues, projected revenues, with the excess, as you're saying, maybe perhaps going to capital or going to somewhere where it's going to deal with what we see as the impending issues, and clearly capital is one of them.
Yep.
So back to the rules, that's about $1.4 million or $1 million or whatever exactly finance says it is what you're anticipating moving from a fund balance of 2012 into the budget for 2013. And I'm concerned, as I look at these and vote yes or no, they may be great programs that I would really like to see, and they pass my criteria for what I think is worthwhile. But if it doesn't get us to a balanced budget, I don't think we're ready for the next step next year and the next year when we're dealing with the crisis that is on the horizon if we don't do something.
So we are proposing, and Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, roughly taking so in rough numbers, if we have 1.4 million sitting in that checking account, we're proposing that $1 million of that go into capital, and so we're proposing to take $400,000 within the general fund policy questions and spend it. So So,
I thought it was more than that, but if that's...
yeah, I think it's roughly,
It's 336,000, yeah. If you look on page 1, if you look at operating revenues and expenditures, it's about $336,000 differential.
I wanted to get that on the table because
Yep.
I think, doing that once or twice because you have a situation, but making it the way you do business is very risky.
Yep.
And I think it's time, we looked at that.
and part of what we would be doing in setting that policy of all of it transferring into the capital fund is you would never be in a situation of having that, because you would have already removed that excess into the capital. And that's part of why to do it, because then you can't, there is no, shell game sounds disingenuous, but there is no playing with the dollars in that sense, because you've got the money coming in. Then what you have to be cognizant of is staff providing you an accurate representation of the revenues?
And what I'm suggesting has been suggested to the previous city manager in the two most recent budget sessions, and I know in his budget message in 2011 and I think 2012, both, he said he was unable to do it, but I think it's time we do it. So I just wanted to put that as one of my concerns for why I might vote no on something which really is a great program.
Honor it 100%.
Because I think there's an issue here.
Absolutely, and it is part of, so I'm taking advantage of, if you will, that there is some money sitting in there and incorporating it into the policy questions, but also cleaning it up, because it is doable, and we have to operate that way, because otherwise it's not sustainable.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on the table.
Okay, you bet.
Cool. Well, first, I definitely like the idea of thinking outside the normal box here, of how can we save some money here. So I'm not ready to just nix the whole thing yet, or maybe at all. But what I would like to see, it would need more of a, for me, it would need more of a business plan, so I really know what we're looking at, because I know the city staff is excellent at running a city. I'm just a little concerned about, can city staff run a clinic?
No,
So
that's why we're hiring a third-party administrator.
Business plan.
Yep.
Besides hiring a third person, I would want to see a plan.
So let me just interject on the clinic. We will be returning to you at some point in the near future with the actual contracts and proposal for the clinic. That's why it's here as a highlight and not an actual part of the budget question, because it is a separate piece that you guys will be getting a presentation on shortly. And I realize we got off on it because it is part of having this is why we believe that we can have, can you go back to the policy question itself? So these are two different items. I mention it because part of the proposal in the compensation package for the employees is no increase to health premiums. The way we do that, the way we're projecting that happens, is by implementation of the health clinic. So one, we needed to talk about it a little bit, but we will certainly be coming back with those projections, and I don't know if we're going to have the firm be part of that discussion or not, but it will be before you for a formal action.
You keep looking at, are you looking for Eric? Is that what you're looking for?
I was looking around at Eric, so just for confirmation. So, but let me, if I may, let's go through how we.
Well, we've got Bruce and then Doug real quick, if we could
Okay,
just.
I'd like to at some point explain. No, go back, because I haven't talked about how we're going to spend that $1 million.
Is this on the clinic?
Yes.
Okay.
Very quick. Well, I've got, based on what you said, I'm a little confused relative to what Eric said. What I heard him say was
Ping pong.
the 272 was included in the P&L, but the savings maybe weren't yet because we didn't expect them all right away. What did I miss? Because you said it wasn't even in the budget yet.
Yeah, I don't know if we're getting off base a little bit, but that $272,000 is basically cost containment. That's coming out of the self-insurance fund, which is on pages 269 and 270.
Okay.
It's not coming out of the general fund. It's containing the health premium costs, so we don't have to increase health premiums. So it's basically a cost containment measure. If we didn't do the wellness clinic, then, and Eric, you can correct me, we're projecting the health premiums decline.
That's
and
correct.
the claims paid decline because of it. And then, of course,
Okay.
So
So let me.
the 272 is not part of the $1 million.
No, that part I knew, but is
Okay.
it part of the? You're saying it is not included in the general fund.
Right.
But if
What
we
it
don't
is a
do
cost
it,
containment measure
Yeah, if
because
we don't do it, general fund
without the
expenditure.
clinic in the future, we may have to increase the cost in the general fund.
in 2013 or beyond.
Well,
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
at some point.
now that's a horse of a slightly different color, because what you're sort of basically saying is we pretty much have to do this, or else we have to come up with an extra chunk of money.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about $200,000 savings each year, then that's roughly a 4% health premium increase.
Which is how you
On the
would
shoulders
handle
of
it?
Employees and employer.
It would
All
be-
right,
yeah,
I mean, our share, yeah, so
Yeah.
we'd have, so, all right, so how do you guys want to keep track of this kind of stuff? But you're saying you're not basically, you're going to come back with a proposal on this one anyway. So this is more just for informational purposes right now.
That's why that piece of it was in as budget highlight and not a policy question. And that's why, to Phil's comment, I said we're trying to offset the increase in expenditures.
So when we make
that
a
was
decision on policy question one, we are not making a decision on the highlight.
Correct.
So we're
In
not
this
voting on
particular
highlight.
one. Yeah.
But when we do get it back, you have to, when you do bring it back in for a decision, you have to show us the budget impact that's not part of the approved budget, because there may in fact be one, or in this case, not.
There
if
should
we
not
approve
be
it.
one.
If we approve it.
If you approve it, yes. And what you'll be approving really is, I think there's it's a lease with South Suburban, and so it's a multi-year appropriation, so you have to sign the lease. But as part of that, obviously, we'll be explaining the program and why we have the lease for it. Cool. So what we're proposing within the compensation, so let me back up on the compensation. So I think we've communicated before that we have a total compensation committee that is looking at all of our benefits that we have, and really how the employees would like to divvy up those benefits. And once they come up with an overall policy, or philosophy, I guess I would say, we're going to give it to a firm, something like Mountain States, that will put dollars to each one of those. Because a lot of the conversation historically, I think, has been about salary. But salary is only one portion, as you all know, of the compensation package that one has. And if you look at Inglewood, or if you look at Lakewood, or if you look at wherever, and you just look and go, oh, they're paying their manager more over there. Well, yeah, they might be paying the manager more, but the employee's participation of the health insurance, as an example, might be substantially higher. So that offset may equal something. So once we get that philosophy done, we'll put dollars, whoever the firm is, will put dollars and cents to it, and then go compare us in that same fashion to our competition. Where are we losing employees to? Where are we not getting them from that we should be? And see where we are in that ratio. And then we'll have a proposal to the council that says we want to be at 95% of average for our competitive municipalities. We're currently at 87%, and here's the proposal on how to get there. And that's where we will be with the council, hopefully early 2013, but we're not there now, obviously, because timing doesn't allow us to get there. And so for 2013, part of what the Compensation Committee has come up with is a proposal on what the compensation increases would be for next year. And part of that is this health insurance, this health clinic, because it then creates a 0% increase in cost to the city and the employee for health insurance. The other thing we're proposing is a 3% performance merit increase for the general government folks. The police and fire are currently on market step adjustments. I believe within the general government, the way they were proposing it would be a 1% cost of living market adjustment, whatever term were you, market adjustment?
Correct.
And then 2% based on performance, and then the creation of a retirement health savings account. Again, health insurance is a major concern for folks, and being able to pay those, especially since the feds are starting to get involved in the max that you can put aside, of about $400 annually to full-time and $218 to part-time. So the combination of all of that is the $1 million that's up there. Yes, sir.
Michael, you'll give then council a chance to ensure that if in the place where it's a council policy, middle of the range, middle of the market, top 90%, you'll give us a chance to establish a council policy about that compensation issue?
Yes, I will be bringing to you what our philosophy is, how we analyzed and what those costs are, who we identified as our competition, which my guess is won't be the 21 people that we've had. I don't really care what, I'm making this up, but I don't care what Pueblo does because I'm probably not losing employees to Pueblo, nor going to get an employee from Pueblo, so take them off the list. Because we're looking at competition of who's taking employees again. And then what the proposed goal is and how we would propose to get there. And you guys, I will be asking you to adopt that plan.
And in the meantime, this is kind of a placeholder.
Correct, absolutely. Because it's pretty safe to say we're not where we want to be, and this is probably not going to put us over where we want to be. It's generally a safe assumption.
Based on that, I'm in favor of policy.
So
Well,
that's,
it's also, I think it's been 4 years since we've done
Yeah,
any
Eric.
increase. Right, Eric? It's been 4?
It's been, we did a slight increase in 2012, 1%, but yes, that's been a 4-year period where it's been pretty much non-existent.
and it's, I'm sorry, Jerry, and it's my hope that we will come probably end of first quarter, early second quarter is when that proposal would come to council. It's somewhat of a guess right now, but just in terms, so you understand the time frame for that.
Jerry?
Could be sooner.
So what is the staff turnover rate?
It's pretty low at this particular point. The turnover generally runs about 3 or 4%, which is not very high. And that's not necessarily a good or bad thing, although what you typically will see is when you've watched a recession go through like this, you have people who are waiting on the sidelines for when it starts to improve. And that's what your concern would be from an employment perspective, is that when that improves, what are you prepared for that or are you not prepared for that?
Thank you.
Peggy?
I'm a little confused about, we're in September of 12. This is going to, some plan is going to come to us, you hope, first quarter next year, for pay in 2014?
What is, so.
And
how-
so
yeah.
I've got that right? So given the national economy excitement, given the international economy excitement, I'm not understanding quite how we would make a commitment for 2014 so far out. I can see developing a plan with certain kind of factors for sure, but not committing
Well,
actual money until we know we've got
Yeah,
money.
and so don't get hung up on that because you
Well,
actually.
no, I just was getting hung up on what's in the
You
book.
can't actually, I mean, Tabor doesn't allow you to actually commit those dollars.
No.
It's going to be
Well, I know
the
that,
2014. We're going to be asking you to approve the plan with an implementation component to that. The reality of how any given year actually gets implemented will be up to the council at that time, because what's important to me is what's been lacking in the past is we don't have a plan. We don't have a goal, or certainly not one that I can articulate or even pretend to understand. So we're going to develop one. I'm going to ask the council to approve that plan. We're going to incorporate what we believe is a realistic implementation plan. That will be then up to council on any given year of whether that piece can happen. But if, for example, 2014 goes to pot, or I guess it'd be 2013 goes to pot, then, and we're sitting here a year from now, you know what? We appreciate the plan. We get it. Can't afford to do anything this year, so we're going to skip over a year. But it's that philosophy to me that's really important of what is it that we value and where do we ultimately want to get to.
So I can live with that, and I love
Good.
that.
Excellent.
All I'm a little anxious on, having been,
I don't want you anxious.
having worked for a jillion years at community college where we almost never got what somebody thought we were going to get, I'm not wanting in any way, this is dreadful, to give hope and then pull the rug out from people. So as long as we're communicating that we have to live with whatever we've got.
I will be happy to take charge of that responsibility.
Okay, I mean, because the reason we haven't given raises is
Yeah, that's,
we've we're dealing with a budget.
If the money's not there, it's not there.
Okay,
Yep,
so,
absolutely.
thank you.
And Peggy, someone who worked in the private sector for almost a gazillion years, we never got what we thought we would get either. So that's,
No, I know that. No,
it's not just government.
No, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that. But it doesn't help when you think you're going to get something, and then you don't, right?
I would rather have the
Oh, I see your
plan
point, yeah.
Okay.
and explain that the revenue isn't there at this moment to implement the plan than not have the plan, because
That's
then
fine. That's fine.
we're stewing around. And part of this is really to get that total compensation. We have vacation days. We have floating holidays. We have wellness programs, things all that have value that this employer is providing to the employees. And all of those dollars are going to be put in, and that's part of what we're going to be communicating to the employees is it's not just what your hourly salary is times 2060, 2080. It's all of this. And so when we go and compare ourselves to others, we will compare ourselves in that same equality. And part of it's to do a reality check with our competition so that people understand where we really sit, and it's not just that I'm not paid as much. So there's a benefit to having this on to address your concern that you've raised. I think it helps get real.
Council ready?
A motto.
Any more questions? Are you ready?
No, go
You got
ahead.
more
No.
questions?
No, well, maybe, but yes. Well, we'll wait for you.
Let's do a,
Well-
I think the way I prefer to handle this, unless there's a great argument against it, is to have Wendy run roll, and we just verbally vote a yay or a nay. That way, we've got it. I've had a number of comments from citizens who do watch, who don't like our hand wave votes, so unless there's a problem.
I get that, but it makes it a little official, Mayor, and this is a study session, and it's not a special session. And so I feel like that's kind of a vote.
But it's
We could ask Kirsten.
it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
just Kirsten.
I'm a little uncomfortable with it.
And that's a vote,
I'll put it in the minutes how you all consensused. I'll put like 5-2 or whatever it is and say who it is, but
Okay, then we'll just do a raise of hands on, we'll do a raise on yay, and if you don't raise your hand, you're voting nay.
I'm not comfortable with that. I think what we're doing is giving some direction without taking official action. But I think it's important, I mean, I go back and I try to figure out what in the world we did sometimes, and because we don't have that in any kind of record of it.
Well, if Wendy records us, but we just don't do it officially,
It's just not
that's
an
fine.
official vote. We just understand that.
And she'll have us down for what we voted, so we'll have
Yeah,
that recorded. Okay. Bruce?
Well, if it's going to be essentially an up or down vote on this, I guess what I wanted to do was maybe throw out with the level of fear and paranoia effectively instilled per your preliminary remarks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I duly noted. I guess what I would throw on the table, for general consideration was we've got the balance of the $1 million divvied up in terms of the component pieces according to the book. The balance is a little over $839,000 for salary adjustments, which equates to a 3% performance merit. If that got haircut to 2%, it would basically be about $280,000 reduction. I don't know. I'd be tentatively of a mind to say, I definitely agree there needs to be a merit increase given the length of time we've held people flat due to the economic issues we've all had to deal with, that a lot of private sector people have had to deal with just as well. But maybe it's the kind of thing where we put the 280 off to the side and saying if it looks like we're moving forward mid-year, we do a half-year step up to the 3% or some such thing. Just throw it out for conversation. Given the hole we're talking about trying to start filling, I'd sort of like to be a little judicious in terms of what we're stepping up to maybe right from the get-go. Not saying we can't revisit, but that was my thought.
Bruce?
I still interpret that Michael's going to come back to us with a description to these events. So if it's a 3%, real simply here, it's 3% bonus merit, whatever, I think that we will hear some better definition of what that means. If it means 3% across the board to everybody and it's not based on merit or bonus, then that would be something to consider based on what you're saying, Bruce. If it was selectively given to certain people for certain types of outcomes, that would be something different yet again, and it could rise up to that level. So I think we're waiting to see, I'm waiting to see what exactly is the program.
So let me, Bruce, I think for your clarification, Beckman, the proposal would be that on January 1st, there would be a 1% increase. We're using market adjustment, cost of living, however you want to think about it. And then the 2% would be a performance-based at your anniversary time. Or if you were stepped, you would get the 2% at your anniversary time. So the way I would see implementing what Bruce Stallman has suggested, and this is somewhat off the cuff, is either eliminating the 1% and making it all performance-based at time of anniversary, or 1% market adjustment and then having a maximum of 1% for performance, which is somewhat, it would probably be easier to do the 2% performance-based or at time of anniversary, in order, if the revenues did come in and council said yes, we're in agreement to do another 1%, because you could do 1% easily across the board to everyone at whatever time that the council said to do that. So logistically, it's probably easiest to do that. So what we're doing, I just want to make sure that I'm clear, is we're proposing this. It's not a Band-Aid because it's a substantial amount of money, but we're acknowledging that, or we're proposing that we take an incremental step with a belief that the total compensation plan, when we bring it to you, we are not going to be above where we want to be. And so anything that the council approves is an incremental step in getting us to where we want to go. So it is absolutely within your purview and appropriate that if $1 million is risky based upon the proposal we gave you, knock off 280 and bring that down, and then we can do something more if the revenue goes there.
Well, and I guess my only concern, I understand what you said as well, but your budget has baked in $1 million starting January 1, if I understand this.
No, we have, these guys went through it.
Yes.
No, didn't you go through by anniversary date and calculate it? So this takes into.
We might have a little bit of wiggle room because we can't really base it on everybody's exact anniversary date. And I think Eric still needs to work with police and fire on some of the.
Well, let me ask it a different way. Of the $1 million you've got here, how much it is? What I understood based on what your preparatory remarks were, these proposals are baked in the numbers.
Yes.
So there's
Yeah,
$1
we've got
million
$1 million
of
expended.
expense
Yes.
in here, which basically says this budget as cast includes a 3% quote-unquote merit bump, which,
Correct.
you know, that's fine and that's okay, but all I'm saying is maybe make it 280 less, and now we've got a little bit of, you know, house money we're playing with.
Remember that when you're talking about a merit increase.
How it gets divvied up, I agree. Somebody may get 4, somebody may get 1, or none, or whatever.
What we did is we.
Let's give him a microphone.
Sorry.
No,
But I mean, I agree with what you're saying, that how it gets divvied up amongst the departments and the individuals. But for purposes of this exercise, there's $1 million of expense in payroll line item, consolidated city, general fund.
Correct, and we're targeting the notion that everybody who is eligible for a merit increase would receive the max.
Okay.
And so the idea being that that never happens. So this total amount would probably not truly,
Well, the problem,
we wouldn't hit it.
at some point, gets to be a challenging, not that it isn't a challenging exercise, but I mean, we're basically saying, okay, we're making conservative revenue assumptions, which I don't disagree with, but now we're going the other way and we're making very conservative expense assumptions, and all of a sudden, we start doing one of these where it's hard to sort of say, well, how real, you know, what's the reality quotient here? I mean, if everything's conservative. Now we get to the point where we get to think about cutting, question 41 funds because we've assumed worst case on everything. So I guess my preference would be, I don't mind the conservative revenue assumptions, but if we've got $1 million in here and we're not really expecting that we would really ever spend $1 million, I'd prefer to bake in something that's got a little bit higher probability of occurrence.
So let me make one general statement that next year's budget will be a real number, because if it is my expectation that the number that we give you takes into account average performance increases based upon whatever
Which is $1
percentage.
million?
Well, at this moment, I'm not confident telling you whether we actually did that or not. I thought we had done that, but irrelevant because the number that we should be giving you is the real number that we plan to expend.
That would be my preference.
Yes,
Yeah.
and so we will do that in the future. If my desire would be, if the council would be comfortable, and this is one of those if-then things, is keep the $1 million, but we hold off on 1% and give us the discretion to figure out how to actually manage that 1% until such time that we come back again. Maybe it's mid-year, way through the year, and so we hit a 6-month and we come back and discuss what that looks like.
Well, I'd be okay with that, but I guess I'd like to keep track of what the cookie jar looks like so that we know how much maybe we've got that's fluff money if we don't spend
There's
it.
no fluff money.
Well, how much you got in your...
But we would write it in the policy question, the directive, so we'd have track of that. And Erlene and Tiffany are keeping track. If you subtract, if you say no, we'll have a summary for you of how much you've got.
Okay, all right. I'll defer to my
Phil and
learned
Jerry.
colleagues.
Getting back to Councilmember Beckman's look at a structurally balanced budget for the year, because as we go through the 43 policy questions, there aren't, when you add them all up, there aren't that many that actually come off of the general fund.
Correct.
I realize it's somewhat semantic in where the money comes from, but what I would, at least to kind of qualm my approach in trying to get to a structural balanced budget for the year, just looking at the current year, is to take the fund balance from the end of the year and saying, hey, if we want to transfer $1 million of that into the capital projects fund, we do that right at the beginning, and then we look at a structural balance for 2013. Therefore, we're not looking at that million, because we're $1.5 million off. And if you say, hey, we want to have a structural balance for 2013, the answer to this one's no, because there's nothing else that even comes close.
But $1 million of that is the transfer.
I'm saying, though, what I'd like to do is get an agreement. I'd have it item 0, which is, do we want to take $1 million from the fund balance at the end of 2012 and transfer it to capital projects, and then be looking at what do we do for the 2013 budget? And that would be, at least in my mind, I would have a better way of getting around that, because I'm with a little bit with Bruce, which is, hey, let's look at 2013 as a structurally contained budget, okay? And I'd rather take the $1 million off from the end of the 2012 and not have it come from the 2013 general fund thought process.
So, what happens?
Jerry's.
No, I'm sorry, you're right. Go ahead, sorry.
So you're asking us to support the compensation package that has not been put together yet, so how can we support something that hasn't been put together yet?
No, I'm asking you to support a proposal in light of not having a compensation package, because we're not going to have anything in time for, we didn't get anything pulled together.
It says, does council support a total compensation package?
Well,
No, we don't, what compensation package?
so it's not a total compensation package. It is a temporary proposal for 2013, or it's a proposal, not temporary.
So we're going to vote or not vote, or whatever it is we're going to do, on a different question? Is that?
We're asking you, do you support the $1 million expenditure as we've been discussing for the last however long, with the dollars broken up as you see here, and mainly what we've been talking about are the salary adjustments. As part of this, we are going to be bringing to you the compensation package that I discussed earlier. So the wording in the policy question is not clearly
Oh,
articulated.
not at all. I mean, the whole sentence is all about the compensation package.
Okay, we
And
will
oh, by
do-
the way, we're going to vote on something else.
We will do better on the policy questions.
Bruce and then Peggy.
Yeah, to Phil's point, essentially, if you look at, why wouldn't you just do the $1 million transfer as a council year-end, what do we call them?
Compensation.
No, not that.
Fund
So this is the
transfers.
capital projects thing.
Fund transfer?
Yeah, well, there's another phrase.
We can do it however you like it.
Okay.
Laundry?
This is not, this is, as Phil mentioned, this is semantics. If you just knock off the million, we can do it.
But I almost like to do it consciously.
No,
And that way
I'm with you.
we're starting with in doing that
Yeah.
because we've had the fortune in 2012 of all the things that have happened. Take that fortune, move it to capital projects, and then we're not dealing with how do we balance these two, which are off by $1.5 million.
Yeah, I think that's actually simplistic. It's simple yet elegant. I kind of like doing it in 12 as well. So,
Boy,
If you guys
my
are good,
heart
consider
just
it
so
done.
warm.
it's all about people helping people.
Peggy?
So I support the development of a plan. It seems to me we don't have to stipulate how much. At least I'm used to some plans that you never know how much money's going to be available to plug in, but there's a plan of how people get evaluated and ranked or whatever it is. And then when you find out how much money's actually there, wouldn't it be nice if we had $3 million? But anyway, so why do we have to do more than support the development of a plan and then look next year at whatever time at the
So
actual
let
numbers?
me go back. To Jerry's question, we are in the process of developing a total compensation philosophy for the city of Littleton, which is intended to get us to a place where we feel we are competitive with our competition, with our neighbors, if you will. We don't have that plan in here. That plan will not be developed until next year. We are in the 2013 budget cycle right now. Our employees have not had a raise in 4 years. And because we don't have that plan put together, we are proposing that we spend $1 million in additional compensation for our employees. The two things are separate and distinct. The plan, and the reason that I'm comfortable bringing this proposal before you, as I've said, is I believe that when we get that plan done, it is going to show that our goal of where we want to be is less than 3%, more than 3% with where we're at now. So I'm confident coming forward saying, does council support a 3% merit increase for 2013 while we develop the plan? We have a comprehensive performance-based evaluation tool in place that whatever council approves in any given year, we will plug that in. That deals primarily with salary because that's what performance-based merits deal with. We're proposing some other things in this particular one, and the total compensation package will, again, evaluate the entire piece as well. And so this is a proposal to provide a merit increase and additional compensation for our employees in 2013. We will put the plan together in 2013. We'll bring it to you, and you guys will do whatever you want with it for that compensation plan. And I apologize, Jerry, you're absolutely right. The policy question is not reflective of the request that's in the body of the text there. So the question on the table is, does council support $1 million to address the paragraph that is here? Councilman Stallman has proposed we reduce that by $280,000, which is roughly removing or changing the amount. The last parentheses in that paragraph amounts to a maximum of 3% merit, performance merit to 2%. It's not my preference, but if that is what the council supports, we certainly would take that as we move forward, and it's probably a justifiable amount until we get the plan put together.
Bruce?
Not to make it more cloudy, but you took the biggest question and made it number one. And that's,
Damn right we
you
did.
And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to struggle with an outcome after 40-some of these have gone through, but you're trying to solidify that this one doesn't fall short because it wasn't number one. I understand the strategy, but I'm going to suggest,
Our employees are our greatest asset.
and I support that, but I understand the strategy, but would it make sense in our consensus building here to put it number last?
No.
Or would it make sense to agree with Bruce's point of view with the understanding that maybe we'll look at it again as number last after you all have kept track of where we're at in terms of a structurally balanced budget? I'm looking for a compromise here because it seems like we're not committed to that.
I can live with the 280 reduction. I get the request for it, and I also think that it puts the onus on the employees, on our process, to develop that plan and bring back a realistic plan. 2% is a challenge in a performance situation just because when you divvy it up, it's 1.5 to 1.2. But I would request that the council make a decision on. You can always come back. I mean, this is not in stone. If you get to the end of this and decide that you've cut enough else out of the general fund or enough that you're comfortable putting the other 280 back, I'm somewhat succumbing to the request here that you approve it under the whatever million minus 280 is, 720, and we get some level of commitment now.
Yeah, this is all going to come back for us to do officially. So,
But at this rate, we're going to be here 47 more days.
This is one of the toughest questions, and there is a reason that it's first, because it is a substantial, it is, as I said, 75% of our general fund expense is PE.
okay, we have Doug and then Jim.
Just a couple of quick remarks. I know Eric's Department of Human Resources did an informal survey of neighboring cities, and they're anticipating a 3% wage increase for next year. Also, on a national level, they're anticipating a 3% wage adjustment for 2013. So I think the 3% is reasonable. Also, as I noted before about property taxes, I don't want to lose track of that. We should have about $82,000 more next year in the revenues because our property taxes look like they will not be reduced, so that 2% will be flat. So there's another $82,000 in revenues for 2013.
Jim?
I was going to make somewhat the same comment. We, at the Administrative Committee, Dr. Cog, we went through the same thing with our compensation package, and it is pretty much across the metro area, 3%. And I'm going to support the proposal as presented, because I think one of the things that will come out when you do the Mountain States Employers Council and that analysis gets done, and we are 8% behind the median wage of all of our neighboring cities, we're in a world of hurt. So let's don't make us any further behind than we already are. Not saying that we are, but we don't know that until the Mountain States Employers Council gets through with their analysis, which is one of the proposals for getting this done. So let's move forward. Let's get this on the done and argue about it whenever it gets to the plan.
Bruce?
Well, I guess, yeah, we are wrestling with it, and it is a tough one tough can of worms to open up with, but maybe for all the right reasons, because we'll get through it. Perhaps. I don't, disagree with Doug or Jim's comments. I mean, I get what's going on with broadly speaking, what we're seeing happen in the marketplace. At the same point in time, City Manager Penny laid out a pretty vivid rendition of the challenge we've got. And I guess what I would sort of say is, if we do it at a little bit less and we start throwing numbers up on the board, we're plus 82 on property tax, we're minus 280 on salary. I totally agree with Councilmember Beckman. Let's start with some of these numbers, get them on the board, and then we can come back at the end and sort of say, okay, here's all the things we've haircut. We're, to the good or to the bad, let's add a little bit back here. I hate to do it right out of the chute because it impacts how we look at other projects.
Peggy?
So I have a question. Doug, you just said most places are doing a 3%?
Yes.
That's across the board?
That's
Is that merit or is that just everybody's getting?
Well, I think Human Resources did a survey, and that's, I think that was just salaries. Is that right,
That's our
Eric?
budget number. From Dr. Cox's perspective, Peggy, it was their budget number, was at 3% for employee compensation.
And different
Yeah.
municipalities handle it differently in terms of
Yeah,
performance-based or cost of
So in terms
living.
of what we're doing here, would some people get more than, less than 3%? And,
Yes.
Yes.
okay, so the number, the dollar amount might be less. Theoretically, everybody could be meritorious. It's not likely, but theoretically. Theoretically, nobody could be meritorious. So where do we think we are?
Well, so if you break it,
Average.
my experience is, if you have a 3% maximum merit as an example, that you might be running closer to a 2.5 on average. So it's slightly under that, because as you pointed out, not everybody's going to get the maximum amount. And then part of what we should be doing is looking at the anniversary dates of each employee and calculating that out, because if a lot of us are hired toward the end of the year, you have a smaller out-of-pocket that particular year than the other. And that's part of, when I was talking to Councilman Stallman, that's part of us being real about what that number is, so that it's not overinflated and that we don't end up expending it.
So the 2.5% on average, then, and we got, I don't know what the average salary is and so forth either, but, so does that reduce us below the million?
Well, I'm not exactly sure where we are. I think they did their best job to make the million be representative of
The million will be pretty close, because all of the STEP employees, we did do an anniversary date for all of them, so that's 100% accurate. For your general government, it's a little harder to calculate, because they are the group that is on a merit-based system. So that's when we're talking about, there are different systems that different organizations do, even within our own. And so, if anything, it would come in slightly under.
Okay, so
Slightly.
then help me with this. So if somebody got hired this month, they wouldn't get a raise until September next year?
Correct. Your performance is based on your anniversary date,
Okay,
your hire date.
so,
But that's taken into account in the proposed budget.
Okay, any other questions? Phil?
Just a quick piece. If you take revenues and expenditures, they differ by $1,544,630. If we conceptually take the year-end balance, transfer $1 million, that decreases that to the $544,000. If we take Bruce's suggestion as a placeholder for the moment, recognizing our employees are our greatest asset, but allowing us to think through another 42 other issues, what it does is it brings down the imbalance to $265,000. At least that's my thinking, and I'd support that as a position for the moment.
Okay, Doug?
Just one other clarification. What's also part of those expenditures next year is a transfer of $270,000 to the South Metro Communications Center. So that's an annual transfer, roughly about that amount from the general fund to the comm center for dispatch services.
That's legit.
So that's another non-operating expenditure.
We do that every year, do we not, or not?
We do that every year, but that would be a similar scenario as the $1 million transfer to the capital projects fund.
I don't think it is, because the capital projects one is not recurring, unless we so choose, whereas the South Metro Communications is something we have to do every year, right?
But we consider it non-operating. It's not an operating expenditure of the general fund.
I know, see, this is,
Okay. Do the $1 million.
okay.
Please.
Let's run around on the $1 million move. Everybody understand that?
Let's be clear with what it is we're not.
Taking $1 million out of the general fund and putting into capital projects. 2012, no, Phil, 2012 general fund and putting it into capital projects. Okay. Show of hands. Show of hands if you agree to move it. Okay, moved. Second, are you guys ready to do a consensus on, number one, the first policy question? Okay, let's start it this way.
I thought that was the
Do-
first policy question.
No, that was the move of $1 million. That was zero. So,
Okay.
It was allow me to accrue the rest.
policy question one would be to approve $1 million, and I'm going to go with the million. If you want to go with a lesser amount, then vote no. $1 million employee compensation package. Show of hands if you want to do this. 3 fails. Okay, a show of hands if you want to do a total compensation, employee compensation package of $720,000. 4, 5. Okay. So we are on to policy question 2. We'll take a 20-minute break and be back here at 8:35.
In deference to what we just did, shouldn't it be a 15-minute break?
started.
Number
Bruce.
2.
Bruce Beckman, Jerry Valdez, Jim Taylor. Okay, here we go. Do we have a quorum? Yes. Okay, policy question 2.
Policy question 2. And before so we're almost done.
All right.
Woo! It's all downhill from here. I meant to do this earlier, but I want to point out that the majority of these questions have a sentence at the end stating whether it's an expansion of external or internal service delivery. And we wanted to try to do our best to be clear about what was essentially an expansion of service and whether it was a direct improvement or service delivery to our customers, be them citizens or developers or whatever it might be, or whether it was a internal service delivery, which of course, in theory, in the trickle-down economics, would ultimately result in improved service externally. So we did identify that in each one of these, but it's less clear on the internal, and we haven't tried to really truly define the level of service delivery improvement internally or externally. But it's primarily there so that you know that this is an expansion of service as opposed to a maintenance of existing service levels. And that's in context of everything we've talked about over the last 2 or 3 hours, however long it's been, as you contemplate costs. So the next policy question is, number 2, does council support contracting for accounting services? So essentially, what we've seen increase in audits that we have. We've felt like as staff that there are some things that are falling through the cracks. We have Tiffany in particular, not need to, just since she's in the room, doing some work that can probably be done or should be done by someone in a lower level paid position, and this would free up the opportunity for her and others to do higher level activities, look at some policies that we've been wanting to write and craft, and as we put in here, additional payroll review and work on some sales tax issues with Eric Green. Sorry. So, and I don't, Doug, if there's anything you want to add on that before the council.
Yeah, I think that's really the key. We've got a few different exempt positions that are doing lower level journal entries in order to keep our segregation of duties in the accounting department. So it would free up higher level staff to do those higher level activities like update the policies, update sales tax code. We have governmental accounting standards that constantly change. It seems like there's a big project there every other year. So these are not just one-time only projects and policy rewrites, they're ongoing. And so if we could at least have a temporary accountant to come in and do those lower level day-to-day creating journal entries type activities. We even thought maybe they could try to scan some documents, some invoices electronically so that would save our records retention, those type of things. But the point is just to free up the exempt personnel or our management personnel to be able to have the time and the time they need to write the policies and oversee sales tax issues. So you're spending your dollars more wisely with management in those key elements.
Phil.
Doug, in the overseeing sales tax issues, is there any real possibility that this would improve audit results or relationships with vendors and businesses?
I think that's more of we are trying to get some more internal audits done, and we also have an outside audit firm do some audits. I think that there will be more audits, but there's also some key issues and some audit policies that we have to write just to protect the city and to be able to follow proper policy and procedure with those audits. And also there have been some challenges that our city attorney has been involved with, kind of more on a regional level, but also on the local level where we have to defend our audit policies and procedures. So that's what we want to do. We also need to update our sales tax code because technology has changed and a lot of things have changed over the past 25 or 30 years, and the code just hasn't kept up with those changes. So I don't see an increase. There may be a few dollars more that come through some of the audits, but more of it is going to be spent on just complying with the audit issues, challenges to the audits, and those type of issues that come up.
Any other questions? Jerry?
So is this the total compensation of that 23.4?
Yeah, what we are anticipating is probably going through an accounting, a temporary service, and hiring somebody on a 20-hour a week or some type of a basis like that. Or it might be 3/4 of the year, I'm not sure, but we're budgeting half-time a week for the entire year through a temporary service or a part-time accountant directly.
So you may be changing different people as that time goes then with that person, who that.
Yeah, we'd like to keep the same person if we can work that out with the temp agency. Somebody, if we feel comfortable with the right skill set and that's doing a good job for us, we'd like to keep them the same person for the.
So with the temp agency, though, they add on fees to the dollar rate.
Right, and that's what we have to kind of look at. We'd have to work with HR on that, but we have budgeted probably using a temp agency right now.
You'd rather do that than just hire somebody?
Well, they already have people on staff. They've already done the screening to find the right skill set to meet our needs, rather than us going through the time and effort to try to.
Well, you could eventually hire a person if they work with us too. So, but this is just solely though just for temp.
Well, like I said, it would be either using a temp agency or hiring directly, and we would definitely work with HR
right,
to
okay,
find,
it's either or.
to find the
Okay.
right fit for that,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Gotcha.
either
Okay.
or.
But if I understand, Jerry, your question, I mean, some of these are single-term projects, and so the FTE is not needed on an ongoing, long-term basis. That's what you were asking
Yeah.
right there at the end.
Okay.
So essentially a fixed-term position for 1 year in whatever fashion.
Possibly, yeah.
That they,
Okay, cool.
that they manage that person.
And then evaluate it after a year and see what the needs are.
Any other questions? I have a question, Doug.
Sure.
Did the auditors recommend this?
No,
Okay.
no, this is not coming from the auditors. We're getting to a point level where we are trying to meet a lot of deadlines, especially for the comprehensive annual financial report. We have a lot of time-intensive projects that we have to get done in order to just meet the deadline of the annual report. A lot of quality review time that goes into it, and we don't want anything to fall through the cracks. We really have a high-level standard of service right now, and that's why we get a lot of good glowing reports from the auditors. So we don't want to have any type of exposure for any type of error. And I think that the volume of work has become so overwhelming, if we don't get a little bit of relief there, we're going to be susceptible to making errors, and we might have a misstatement or some type of error in the financial statements. I just don't want that to occur. But no, this is not, and we're trying to be proactive before something happens and we get a comment. We want to make sure that the proper controls are in place before something does occur.
Do you currently have any overtime in your department?
This would be, well, we have some exempt personnel and we have some non-exempt. We have very little overtime usage right now. A lot of it, if people do work overtime, we'll grant them comp time, so when there is a lull, they'll just be able to use that similar to vacation time. So it
Okay.
saves the city some overtime costs. But I'm mainly trying to give relief to the exempt personnel, which obviously aren't get paid for overtime. But I think when you're working 50 to 60 hours a week for years, becomes a breaking point.
Any other questions? Okay, policy question is, does council support contracting for accounting services? Dollar amount $23,400. If you support it, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Okay.
Number 3, please. All right, does council support funding an online timesheet interface? This would be $25,000 out of the capital fund. Basically, we are continuing to do paper timesheets at this point, and this would allow the entire city to go paperless on this. There's some training that would be necessary. This is an expansion of internal service delivery because it would be a reduction of payroll's time to do all that data entry and then thereby freeing up some time there to do some, as Doug referred on the policy question too, to ensure that we're paying overtime accurately at that when the payments come through and the requests come through, that we're kind of doing that internal self-audit, as you will. So, Doug, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add on that.
Yeah, this one would be a huge time saver for the payroll coordinator, and that would allow her to do more cross-training with the sales tax technician, which we don't really have a great backup right now for the payroll position, so we're kind of susceptible if that person became injured or sick to having somebody really dependable. And then in order to be cross-trained with the sales tax returns that come in, and that person has got to process those. So it would be good relief if we had extra time to be able to cross-train both those positions. And we'd also have a little bit of paper savings and time savings citywide if we could do timesheets electronically. They could also request leave electronically, which would save time. We have also talked about incorporating a possible time clock type of mechanism, just depending on what our needs are, but it could be built into the city badges for employees. So as they go in and out, that could be scanned as time in and out. That's just one option, but this system could possibly manage that as well.
Jim?
So might
Thank
ask,
you. We'll check into that. Thank you very much.
$25,000, I assume, is the cost of the software license. Is that accurate? Does it include maintenance, or is maintenance extra?
I think the maintenance for the first year is actually built into that too. I don't have the exact dollar
makes
amount,
sense.
but they usually build that in the first year quote.
Beyond the first year, though, you're going to have to budget for incremental maintenance expenses next year and so forth and so on.
That's correct.
Upgrades and...
Right. Okay. I guess the other, since we're on the cusp of getting into IS services, is this I assume IS already supports the Abra system, and this won't cause any problems from their perspective?
No, and I haven't talked to Ken about what kind of impact that would be, but when we went through the departmental discussions, we did talk to the IIS department about being able to maintain these new systems. So it didn't seem like it would be too many added costs.
So you're only going to need like 3 extra people to support this? Yeah, okay.
And a new head in. Bruce?
If we were to approve number 3, does that mean that we also need to include number 9 as approval also, or can they be separated?
They can be separately budgeted and funded, yes. They don't have to happen simultaneously. They can happen together, or they don't have to happen at all. So you can consider those exclusive.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Peggy?
But number 9 says this update should be completed in conjunction with number 3. So they're not independent.
I think there was a little bit of incentive to try to do those simultaneously if we could. And I apologize if that's a little bit misleading, but we did vet that out and talk to the vendors a little bit more, and they do not have to be done together, so you can consider those exclusive.
Jerry?
So how many employees does the city have then?
415 full-time employees.
And then all employees have a computer then? How will it be, how will the timesheets be processed for those without computers?
And that's a good question. That's an issue that we have with some of the public services, public works employees. but there is some computer access that they would have. And I know that they can also access it through a smartphone. So it's really any type of device that you have accessible to the internet. And I think, Ken, you wanted to add some.
We just,
We have an employee computer lab over at the Bellevue Service Center that's open to all employees, so they have access. There's like 12 computers over there.
So everybody without a computer has access to Bellevue? So they work over at Bellevue, or?
What do you mean?
training lab that
Do they work over
Well,
at Bellevue?
Well, now they have to go to Bellevue.
Yes, correct.
So, and now, this makes it sound like filling out a timesheet is just some labor-intensive ordeal. I mean, if you're filling it out every day, it takes you all of 10 seconds. I mean, what is the problem with our timesheets? Why are they taking why is it so labor-intensive here? I mean, we're going to save all this time because they'll no longer have to fill out their timesheet manually.
It's the other end, Jerry.
Yeah, it's payroll that has to manually.
So it's at your end of doing that.
The biggest time reduction will be in the payroll area.
So, and then how many pay periods are there?
26.
You as a biweekly, you do
Every
timesheets?
2 weeks, bi-weekly.
Yeah. So then, as Ken was just saying, then, so folks have to go over to Bellevue to fill out a timesheet. Is that,
Or use a smartphone, as Doug said. There's different ways that you can log the time in for it, so.
so then we'll
Yes.
pay for their phones to do that too?
A lot of people already have phones,
So it'll
but
be-
it's an option. No, you're not going to see an increased request for phones or computers because of this.
But there is a request for computers later on in here, though.
Replacement on the existing
Right,
computer
yeah, that's a different deal.
replacement program.
So,
Well, and that's one thing that we've talked to Public Works about in the past, is just having the computer accessible for some of the employees out in the field a lot. But I think we'll be able to work through those issues. And like Ken said, there are some computers over at the Bellevue Service Center that they can use. And it'll just be through periods where they have to turn in their timesheets or they want to do leave requests. They just need access to some type of computer to do that.
I think if the real issue is on your end of it, without doubt, a computer sheet would be better. Without doubt. Okay. Thank you.
And Bruce, I did look it up here, $3,000 a year for the maintenance on that system, and that is included with the $25,000. So.
Okay, thanks.
Peggy?
What kind of checks and balances would there be? Does somebody have to verify that somebody actually did work and they didn't go to Hawaii with Michael, or?
Well, and I think that would,
It's cold.
I think having it more automated, it will provide a lot better checks and balances, because we can print out reports and then be able to edit those reports and reconcile them, rather than right now, a lot of it's just on human input of the timesheets.
Well, yeah, but it's human input on the
you don't have anybody
telephone or
really
something.
reviewing that. This way, the payroll person could actually review the timesheets as they come out of the system.
And it'll still be approved by the supervisor. So the
Okay,
supervisor
that's what
still
I was
account, the
asking.
supervisor's still
Right, it would be
responsible.
approved electronically, so everything would go through the process electronically.
It's just electronic versus paper.
It's just automating the manual processes that we have in place.
Okay. So, and it'd
That's
take
simple.
about 3 years for the payback, apart from then the annual fee too, right?
That's right.
So it'd be in the 4th year before you start,
And then we'll need a new one.
yeah.
And that one didn't work out.
More IS support.
And realize the dollar saving, it's staff time savings primarily. So
Right. No,
depending
but-
upon how you think about it, just want to
Right,
be,
but-
there's no real dollar payback.
But
Time,
freeing up staff time, but still,
correct. It'd be year 4.
We hope that will improve productivity and efficiency and allow us to do more.
and what is it with payroll that, I thought Bo told me he did some kind of programming that related to payroll, that this was maybe 3-4 months ago. I thought he told me he had done something. He hadn't done something at all related to payroll stuff? Okay, would
Check
it,
his timesheet.
He's an exempt employee.
Oh,
Okay, Bruce?
I'll support this as long as council doesn't have to use it.
You guys are exempt.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, the question is, policy question is, does council support funding an online timesheet interface? Cost is $25,000. If you support it, raise your hand, please. 6. Phil, you're up. Unanimous. Michael. Speeding along to 4.
We're on it. Does council support hiring an information support service specialist, IS3? So the staff had a lot of discussion to, I think, Councilman Stallman's comment about, or maybe it was, I can't remember which, Bruce, just made a comment about how many FTEs we would need. We actually started with a conversation about 3.5 FTEs for IS based upon the increases we identified down below. We have the number of programs, or systems rather, that have gone from like 47 to over 250 now, with essentially the same level of staff. There's a lot of discussion between the department heads about whether we want database managers or IS support folks, who are really the ones, the way I would describe it in a layman's terms is you got the person who's helping implement the systems or creating the databases, or you got the person who's helping us keep what's out there and existing running and happening. And it was really a mix between the two groups in terms of people who have been waiting over a year for some of their systems to be implemented or upgraded or built or whatever it may be, versus those of us that the system breaks and we're SOL for the day and we're ready to go home because of that system. So we ultimately decided as a group that what we would propose to the council is an IS person who would essentially join the I'm trying to, Bo's not in that category, right? Give me a name in that category.
What's that?
Kirk.
Kirk and Chuck. We just brought Chuck on board.
Yep, Chuck's one of the new employees. So, so it's the person who goes around and actually makes sure that the system's up and running, and if we call the help desk, can come and respond and keep us working on a daily basis. So that's, this is a long-worded paragraph to essentially say that. And Ken, I don't know if there's anything you want to add from a more techie standpoint.
No?
Nope.
Good Bruce and then bad Bruce.
My question is, will this give us enough employees in IS that perhaps one employee could be primarily assigned particularly to one department to get familiarity with their equipment, or are they all going to still be generalists?
No. The short answer is no. But what we do, instead of assigning a specific employee solely, or if you will, solely to a department, is we assign employees as primary support to certain departments. For example, LPD. We actually have 5 members of the current 10-member team in IS assigned to support LPD. On fire, we have 3 people. So that's how we do it today. We just assign primary responsibility to some of our employees, but not a single employee assigned to a single department.
Bruce?
Two questions. Is there an option, given the changing nature of the systems, we're bringing in new systems, new platforms like, this sort of thing. Does it make sense to engage sort of an outsourced tech support group that has broader functionality and the range of things we're doing versus having an in-house? I'll ask the question because I think it's a question worth asking. I don't want to offend anyone, but have you guys thought about that?
Absolutely. And we've talked quite a bit about it. At one point, we actually reached out to ACC and brought in a student to help us. But what we found was that we spent most of our time training them about our environment and how we do things and our specific systems. So we spend a great deal of time. For example, if you were to bring in a 6-month contract person, we would probably spend 3 months of that just training them and getting them up to speed on our systems.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of maybe, I mean, I assume there's companies that do outsource tech support, and once they were up to speed, it'd be their responsibility to know our environment. And so I don't know, maybe it's a little bit different than maybe what you described, but that was my thought process.
But that's the same problem that Doug was talking about. If you get a different person coming back, you haven't solved any problem.
Well, it wouldn't be necessarily on site. I mean, once they understand the environment and the systems we're using, I don't know if it's feasible or not. It sounds like maybe they've had some conversations. I just wanted to raise the issue and see if there'd been any consideration of it as a possible alternative. Given we've got what appears to be sort of a fluid environment, maybe it makes sense to, engage a resource differently. That's all I was thinking of. But the other question I guess I had was, you got a statement in here that says the feedback regards potential service delays to critical system down situations due to the IS help desk phone going to voicemail. You guys, I mean, if you have, I'm not sure which, certainly fire and police would be a critical system, but I assume there's some level of redundancy. But I also kind of assume you guys have some escalation process that if a critical, quote-unquote, critical system goes down, it's not just going to voicemails, it's getting escalated to humans immediately.
We have, let me just talk a little bit about our help desk process. I don't want to get too far into the weeds. We have 3 channels throughout which our customers, and when I say customers, I'm talking about everybody that's in this room that's an employee for the city of Littleton. So all 400, and I think it's 430 actual employees, full and part-time. So those are our customers. All 430 employees are our customers. So when I talk about customers, that's what I'm talking about. We have 3 channels through which our customers can contact us. They can contact us through email, so they can submit help desk requests through email. They can contact us through our intranet. We have an internal web server, if you will, and our help desk is on there. And they can even get self-help there. So there are some FAQs there, so they can fix their own problems. Our biggest set of problems is around password resets, and they can actually go there and reset their password. So we've automated a lot of that. And then the third way is to actually call a help desk telephone. Up until about 2 years ago, we actually had a person sitting on that phone that answered that phone whenever they called it. Due to the demand for our services, we had to automate that piece. In other words, now what happens is it goes to voicemail, and the 2 people that we just mentioned, Kirk and Chuck, are required to check that phone at least once an hour and pick up any service requests. Okay. Most of the service requests that we get on the help desk telephone are system down, because they obviously can't get to email and send an email request, and they can't get to the website and send a website request. So most of those are critical. We don't have really any way other than checking the voicemail to find out whether those are critical or not. The other way many people currently have a workaround is they come to HR. They ask the people at the front desk if they can chase down an IS person, and then we go about fixing it.
Okay.
So there are workarounds.
Okay.
Jerry?
No, please don't.
So the 75.9K, that's total compensation, or is that?
No, that is salary and
yes, you said
benefits,
no.
and then there's non-personnel in there too, things like desks and.
His question was it total compensation, and the answer is yes.
And yeah, that's the bennies and all. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Any other questions?
Don't ask Ken, please don't ask Ken.
Okay, council, policy question is, do you support hiring an information services support specialist? Cost would be $75,950 out of the general fund. Raise your hand if you agree. 6. No, yes, 6.
All right. This is a multi-page policy question, so we've broken it into the replacement on the annual equipment replacement costs on the first question, and then we'll break the 5 non-recurring projects into the second half of the policy question. The total here is $378,000 for IS projects, and I want to take each one of these. So as I said, for those policy questions that have individual components, you guys can say yes or no, obviously, to any piece of this. So the first half of the policy question is asking for $306,000 as part of our ongoing and continuous equipment replacement costs. 110 of that for desktops, laptops, essentially computers, 146 for replacement of servers, and then 50,000 for network equipment replacement. I'm not going to go into what the details of those are because I would be pretending to know techie stuff that I know nothing about.
No, neither do we. Bruce?
Next to question number 1, which was the $1 million question. This is one of the more expensive programs suggested. It concerns me because the amounts of money involved, they're capital items, but they're multi-year, mostly suggesting 4 or 5 years out, which is not just $110,000, but a suggestion that it's going to be $660,000 over the next 5 years. And I'm looking at some really tough times, the next 5 years. I'm looking at very tough times. So I look at this with a big question mark, and the same with each of the others in that same context. And then I also see some of the programs suggest a 4-year program of replacement. Some suggest a 5-year program. This does not include the MDTs that are in the fire department. It suggests that there are batteries that are out of service now, and yet those are UPS and critical to the running of the city. They're out of service now. So I'm seeing some catch-up and kind of, knee-jerk, in my opinion, reaction to some needs. It really concerns me because it's kind of throwing a lot on the plate to this council to make some decisions that I think are internal management issues to some extent. And so my suggestion is that it's troublesome for me to be able to make determinations about these when you're talking basically about $1 million program. This should be an internal service fund. This should be handled the same way as fleet. Council should be given a certain amount of expectation, it's $500,000 or whatever it is a year, and then let the manager of this internal service fund figure out how to spend it, because you're really putting us in the weeds by asking us to make these kinds of decisions. And it's not clear at all to me that there's a plan, there's a strategic plan, there's a thinking out of the box, there's a movement toward, for instance, do we really want to support a client-server form of internal intranet when that's really kind of going out of style? It's about the cloud. It's about web-based things. I don't see any thought process for that. It's locking us into what is probably a technology that is going to be subject to some change. I don't see that kind of thought process here. So I'm very concerned about it, and I think I've said enough, but it causes me great concern.
Jim?
Well, I know so much about all of the computers, as all of you guys know, but what little bit I've read about the cloud is not as secure as what we've got currently in the city. And I think we've also got to look at reliability.
Any other? Bruce?
I think those are good comments. I actually I'd written down one of the comments on the server replacement, not so much the cloud, but there are plenty of secure hosted server environments where you pay to utilize capacity, and maybe we don't need to keep buying expensive equipment consistently. So, I mean, to me, that's something worth investigating. I'm curious how many computers $110,000 is purchasing.
We're scheduled to replace 106 computers next year. And that's spread between both desktops and laptops.
Over 1,000.
Yeah, I'll say to you that when we typically buy pretty high-end, decent equipment for closer to $700 a pop. So I don't know what you guys are putting on this from a systems perspective, but it seems
Desktops typically run us around $900 to $1,000. Don't forget that they include a 4-year extended warranty. Our laptops are typically twice that, so about $1,900 per laptop. And on those, we not only purchase a 4-year warranty, but we also purchase some damage protection.
okay. Well,
And a docking station and, for our laptops.
well, if you're spending, I guess the other thing I was going to ask was it says replacing out of warranty laptop and desktop.
Yes.
I guess if you've got that much of an investment in these things, why wouldn't you just run them until they start dying? I mean, you might
Okay.
get 6 years out of one.
We're on a 4-year replacement cycle. We've replaced 3 departments per year, okay? So we have about 12 departments total. A few less now because we've incorporated some of the departments into as divisions in other departments. But anyway, we average around 90 to 100 computers replaced each year. A couple years back, I don't know if you were on council when we did this study, but we went out and looked at what would happen if we went to a 5-year and what would happen if we looked at a break fix. Number one, computers do not last 5 years. Our colleagues at other cities and counties who have gone from a 4-year to a 5-year have told us don't do it, because that 5th year they have a lot of failure. Okay, computers just aren't built to go to a 5th year. Now the break fix, we looked at that and we plotted that out over a 6-year. And yes, there's some cost savings the first year and the second year, but then it's break even on the 3rd year, and by the 4th and 5th year, the amount, $110,000, wouldn't even touch the costs once you spread them out to that 4th and 5th year.
Are you guys loading, does everybody need the entire suite of software, or is it possible to skinny down what people get? I mean, does everybody need Microsoft Office, which is an expensive package, or do some people just need Word and so forth and so on?
We certainly looked at doing that. It becomes, for my staff, an administrative nightmare, because we have to go and figure out, okay, so what's loaded on this one that's not loaded on the one next door? So we just do a blanket across the board.
Okay.
Other questions?
So one of the things, whether it ends up being an internal service fund, if there's a desire by the council for us to look at a different way to present this to the council, which I think, Bruce, is what you're asking for, so we don't spend a lot of time in what's on the actual computer, but look at a way that we're actually appropriating the necessary funds to meet the computer replacement. And I'd just ask that you give us some flexibility, if the council desires to see that, about how we actually put that process together, again, whether it ends up being a cost allocation, internal service fund, or some other mechanism, because I'm not exactly sure off the top what's the best approach to that, but we certainly could do that. My request would be that you appropriate these funds, because we do need to replace what's out there, but we could certainly come back with a different way to present this, and along with looking at, are there other alternatives, and are we being as efficient with our, I can't remember the exact word you used, Bruce, but our infrastructure, our backbone of the system that we have.
And let me just say, I know the IS people really work hard to manage this system. We've given them an almost impossible task with all the computers around and all the various issues and all that to manage. And Ken
And all their
has a heck of a
customers
job.
that are
The customers, the job
high
that Ken has to do to manage all these different pieces. I just think it's just not integrated like it should or could be, and it's fallen that way over several years. Not any reflection on any staff, but that's just where we're at, and I think it's time to fix it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Jerry?
Bruce, I totally understand what you're talking about, too. When I read this stuff, I just don't even know what it is, a couple of these items. I would be more comfortable just reducing the total amount and saying, go use it for what you need it for. I'm not real comfortable saying the 378 is the amount. I'd rather say something more like 300 than let them find the cost savings to get what they need. That's what I would prefer to do.
What you're going to do if you reduce these numbers is you're going to directly affect employee productivity. That's what this is all about. When a computer breaks, that employee's productivity stops. Okay? Technology has proliferated throughout the city to the extent that everybody that works here depends upon the technology in some form or another to get their jobs done. So when you reduce these numbers, you reduce how many things we can replace, and you put at risk the productivity of those employees.
I agree, Ken. Other than the police and fire, you're the tall hog at the trough. So I understand that you've got to have this stuff. But I'm just saying, without understanding all this stuff, whether or not you're even going out for bids and getting the best prices and all that stuff, I just don't know that. This is a lot of money.
I do.
And as Bruce said, I would rather just see it as a lump sum, and then you guys go figure it out.
I either buy stuff off of state contracts or federal contracts like the GSA, something like that. If there's not a contract available to me, I do go out to bid for all of this stuff.
Good. Thanks. That's a good
Absolutely.
I think what Jerry's trying to say, and not to put words in his mouth, is...
But you do usually anyway.
I'll tread very lightly on this one, which is, we're taking a look at this, and we're being told this is employee productivity, but we don't know what the city's getting out for it. It doesn't talk about it. It's going into the internal services, but it doesn't say, hey, there's a way that we're going to measure the accountability that we are actually going to improve that productivity, and the city gets a payoff, some way, shape, or form. And it's very difficult to measure, look at this in that context to say, hey, this stuff looks good, or we can pick off, as Jerry's looking to do. I mean, I could pick off 5 or 10 or 15 off of this and say, hey, I'm not sure that's as important as some of the other items. This is the one where the presentation doesn't really give us a good context to evaluate.
Which I think was...
I speak so well through your mouth. Thanks. No, and Ken, I absolutely understand when a computer is down. I know the frustration because I go through that too with where I work, and I understand that it's got to happen now when your computer is down. So that's good stuff. Thanks,
Bruce.
If the intent here is to go thumbs up or thumbs down on the 378,
We're just talking about A right now.
Yeah.
we're not. Oh, okay. Fine.
The 306 for the, so we broke this out intentionally because these are replacement of existing service. So it's infrastructure that's already been invested in that is out of warranty or needs to be replaced for some reason. So it's just the 306 that, A1, 2, and 3.
Okay, I'm going to piggyback or strongly agree with what Councilmember Beckman said from the standpoint of if we're going to keep spending this kind of money replacing servers and so forth and so on, when the overall landscape of technology is changing, I'd be keen to spend some money to figure out what alternatives maybe get us, in a position to quit spending so much money over the next 5 years.
Okay.
Because I know it's in your capital, 5-year capital spend at the end.
It is indeed. Okay.
Okay. I agree with Bruce, Councilmember Beckman on this. This, every year, it's the same thing. A bunch of computers and a bunch of software and a network thing here and there, and it's all incredibly expensive, and it just keeps continuing to grow. And I think it's hard to get your head around. I think my computer's 7 years old and it works just fine. And if I could replace a computer every 4 years, that would be great. I get the whole productivity thing. I don't know that every computer has to go at 4 years, but that's also not decisions I feel comfortable making for 430 employees. So we have staff that can do that, but I think that if council can have a single line item, $500,000 that comes one year and $400,000 the next year or whatever, and then just trust that, and we base our ability to approve that on what we know we have in the budget. And then staff needs to make that stretch and make that work. But I also agree with Councilmember Stallman that I think looking at this stuff over 5 years, I think we can find a lot more efficiencies and if laptops cost twice as much as desktops, then why are we buying a bunch of laptops? And can we buy one laptop and 5 people share it? I don't know. This is just, if we're not looking at those things, we need to look at those. Council, are you ready?
We're going to take your iPads back, by the way, at the end of this evening and redistribute them to those that actually need them.
Actually, we're all going to share one.
Yes,
Yeah.
share one.
Exactly.
Read the damn packet and pass it on.
Yeah, you're going to go back to print and packets, we have to buy a printer with ink. Okay, does this...
Black and white. Sorry.
Chalkboards. This, let's go, well, let's do this in 2 pieces, then let's request, council approve the request for $306,000 of annual equipment replacement costs. Raise your hands if you approve. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No. Who was no?
Phil was no.
I think it's...
Oh, who's no? It was unanimous.
Yeah. So in council, what we'll do, based upon the comments we heard from the left side of the table here, is we will look at how we present this and put it together as a package, because my guess is that we do a lot of what you're already asking for. We just need to communicate it in a different fashion. So, but we'll confirm that, and we'll put that into the council direction as part of the policy. All right.
Can I ask a question? It's tangential. What do we do with stuff that we take offline?
What do you mean take offline?
The old stuff.
It goes to auction. By charter, we can't do anything with it other than send it to auction.
And what kind of money do we tend to get in an auction?
About, I don't know, maybe 10 cents on the dollar.
And how do you announce the auction?
Excuse me?
How do you announce the auction?
I'm not sure. I think we work with finance on that piece.
Can we follow up with you offline so we
Yeah.
can keep going?
Pardon? Yeah.
Can we follow up with you
Yeah,
offline?
and the only reason I'm asking, there are a lot of places that could use...
Our charter requires that.
No,
Yeah, we
but
can-
if someone
let's
knew
amend
that it was being auctioned, maybe they would buy it
yeah.
and donate it.
Be nice to be able to donate them.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
B. Sorry.
Sorry. Oh, it's getting later. So these are non-recurring projects, and they are expansion of services. We don't have, I'd have to do the math, $62,000 worth of request. I'm sorry? 72, that too. Thank you. I don't have a calculator. First one is looking at a system center configuration manager, which I believe, and I should just turn this over to Ken to explain what that one is.
Okay.
I can do I, too.
Okay.
I.
This is really a productivity tool for my staff. What this particular item will do for the IS staff is allow us to push out patches and updates to software. So we don't actually have to go and physically visit computers and laptops. We can, through a remote administration tool, if you will, push these things out to those computers. So it'll be a real savings of staff time. So that's one of the things that this particular tool will let us do.
I would emphasize that one of the reasons for this is because we have locked down the computers from a policy standpoint so that individual employees can't download and upgrade themselves. And it's really about making sure that we're not downloading virus-infected files and programs and that type of thing. But without this piece of software, as Ken said, his staff has to go around to all of our computers and update our systems for us, and this will allow them to do that on a global basis, which is long overdue because a lot of us get little icons that say it's time for updates, and you got to call the help desk. I'm being a little facetious there, but So,
Well, then, do we need the help desk?
Yes.
do you need your iPad? Give it back.
Keep saying that, we will.
That's right. Give me your mic first.
All right, quick question on that one, I guess. To the extent that, this is sort of more of a configuration issue. I mean, again, if you guys have locked the system down to more or less where you are keeping everybody secure, what prevents you from just running the various systems you've got off of the servers and just patching the software on the servers and letting people pull from it? I mean, it's different than having each computer having an office suite or having resident programming, but you've already got everybody, you're not letting people configure their computers that way anyway.
Many of our applications, as Councilmember Beckman mentioned earlier, are client-server based. So there's a piece that lives on the desktop, and there's a piece that lives on the server.
Right.
So those applications aren't really conducive to doing what you're talking about when it comes to running everything from the server.
Okay.
For many a year, we ran with it wide open, and the amount of additional workload on my staff increased because some of our users would download a virus, and we'd have to go and rebuild their desktop.
Yeah.
So,
I assume you guys have got some sort of license for Norton or McAfee or some sort of virus protection software.
actually, there's a sub-piece of the SCCM product that we have gone to already that's doing that for us now. So we moved away from a Symantec or a McAfee.
Okay.
And then the second one is really one that we have heard around a lot from the council and the citizens, because several of you had told me you can go to any McDonald's and virtually any coffee shop in the country and get wireless service for your whatever iPad, smartphone that you have. And so the 24,000 here is primarily to make sure that all of our city facilities are set up on that wireless as well, which it says expansion of internal and external service delivery is, from my perspective at least, it's primarily external service delivery because it's around the citizens being able to come in and do it. We, of course, will benefit from that as well, but primarily this is, I believe, somewhat of an expectation that people have that when they go into a location, they have access to the internet.
And I really support this because, for instance, in the courthouse, attorneys there need to be able to process paperwork back and forth beyond the internet. Sales personnel come to the fleet center and they need to be able to show somebody something right there on the internet on their system. It's just a way of doing business, and I think it really does increase productivity, strange as that sounds when you're talking about this topic, but it really does matter.
Yeah. It's
Any other questions on this one? Okay, next one.
all right.
Yeah, so which places now can't people do that?
Which locations are not currently wireless?
The courthouse being one. Museum, we don't have any connectivity there. Let's see.
This building is not 100%.
This building is not 100%. You have access in this room and the room next door and up in the city manager's area, and over in police, but that's it. Service center, no wireless at the service center. I think that's it off the top of my head.
Library?
Library has mostly got wireless now. We have some pockets over there that we want to address that's part of this $24,000, but for the most part, the library is set.
Does that answer?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Next
All
one.
right. The GIS server application, Ken, can you do this one?
Sure. Let me bring up my notes. Hold on just a second.
You're using paper? Observation.
Okay. Thank you, Jerry. All right, so
Yeah, but I'm not the IT guy.
one of you floated questions about this one already out there to me. And let me just start, before I get into some of my notes, that one of the areas that I have been concerned about almost since the day I started here as the IS director was GIS. And we are even further behind now than we were when I started here in 2001. I think it was Michael at one of his mini budget meetings with us that said that we are so far behind on this one that we can't even see the back of the line of the people who are ahead of us. Okay? So before we can really address GIS services at the city, we need to start with this. This is the foundational piece. This is the piece that everything else GIS is built upon. So before we can do things map-wise, internally, let alone externally via our website, we really need to start by putting this piece in place. This is the foundation upon which the GIS building is built. Hopefully I've explained that. Some of the things that we can do with this particular piece, some of it's over in community development, some things that we could do over there that we're not doing now. Let's see. And these are probably internal. Things like adding permits and cases to some of their projects, ability to add attachments that are maps within their system. That's a pretty big piece. Review all inspections for an inspector. So he could bring up, if he's in a particular, he or she is in a particular area of the city doing inspections, they could click on a map of that particular area of the city, and all of the inspections they need to do or they've done can pop up by address. So that's just some of the things over in their area. Let's talk a little bit about the folks in fire. There are some things today that they can't do that would be really great. Updating parcels, updating hydrant information, updating other layers for CAD, which is computer-aided dispatch, creating and or updating apartment and shopping center maps, building footprint maps, updating and correcting routing maps, which are real important. Let's see, response area maps, creating response times from maps. One of the projects that Charlie mentioned.
I'm going to cut you.
Okay.
Got good examples. Thanks.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, next one.
Ken, you want to do the 6,000 for the network management tool?
Yeah. This is another tool, again, for my staff to automate our ability to manage our network. Right now, it's pretty much reactive. We wait for something to happen and then we respond. What this will do is you can think of it as a traffic light attached to every one of our network devices. And when it's working, the traffic light will be green. And when it's potentially going to fail, it'll turn to yellow. And when it fails, it becomes red. So it brings up a map, if you will, of our entire network. And then we can visualize that network. And when something is running great, everything's green. When something gets ready to start failing on us, we can be a little more proactive because it'll turn yellow, and we know we've got to work on it.
How does that work with laptops?
How does that work with laptops?
Yeah.
Presumably, when a laptop is actually physically attached to our network, we'll be able to see it. But when it's not attached to our network, obviously we can't see it.
Jim, this is my only computer. I have a docking station, and I use this exact computer all day long because I dock it into, it's my desktop. I dock it in there. So I'm connected to the network.
And it's not just, when I talk about devices on our network, it's not just laptops and desktops. It's the actual, I'll use the word switches. It's switches, routers, firewalls, the actual network appliances, if you will.
All right, and then the last one, at the courthouse, we have some DVD systems for recording arraignments and different things. Some of it, I don't know if we have VHS still in there, but but we do still have some VHS. Which,
You laugh, but we do still
And
have some
so-
VHS in there, and
so
it's really
primarily,
imperative that we move forward.
yeah, so one of the things we'd like to do, because if we have to make a copy of that, you have to do the standard fast forwarding and copy and all that type of thing. So this DVR system would bring us up to date on something that's not necessarily a daily issue, but definitely an ongoing thing. And the judges would really like to see this occur as well. They're one of the beneficiaries of this. So if you want to take those 5 items individually and walk through them, or however you would like to group them, we're getting a group them together comment.
You want to group them? Okay.
So
Any questions?
$72,000.
Any questions? Okay. Council, do you want to approve $72,000 for 5 non-reoccurring projects for IS? Raise your hand. Yes. Unanimous. Okay, next.
Okay? Yeah.
We're on 6.
Okay. All right. We're going to change departments here. City Clerk, does council support purchasing an enhancement to Granicus to allow more efficient processing of documents and monthly packets for a total of $38,000? And I'll ask our city clerk to speak to the benefits. You're dying to. I saw you have your little handouts over there.
No, I
Your
wasn't.
notes.
Pull that camera in.
I told you.
It's
He knows
high
better.
def,
Okay,
recorded now on DVR.
this is an internal, I don't have a PowerPoint. This is an internal and external program. This allows a tracking of documents from birth to destruction. And what this allows is for the outside, for the external customers, is to go in and be able to track legislation through its processes. Say we've got first reading on an ordinance, and it has to do with dog catching, and there was an ordinance passed 10 years ago on dog catching. It'll pull all those ordinances in so that you can see the passage that the path that subject took. This also sets up an electronic approval routing, which is extremely important for the internal part, because right now we spend so much time running documents, starting with, say, the fire department. John writes or Chief Mullen writes a council agenda communication. Then he brings it to me, I proof through it, then it goes to the city attorney, then she sends her corrections back to John, then he sends them back to me, and we're doing this all, some through email, but because we have to have original signatures, because council requires original signatures on resolutions, we have to do it by hand. So what this does is it turns it all electronic. It gives Michael and Kirsten an electronic signature for each one of the council communications and agendas so that you all are getting the correct information. It has a much more dynamic calendar of past and upcoming events and meetings, which would alleviate the problem that the council has been having with calendars. We would have one calendar for all of your programs, all of your places that you need to attend. This also helps manage the boards and commissions recruiting system. Right now I've got it on an access program, which I hate, and it would allow us to put all of those on there. So, and it is a big money saver, not only for council, but we could add and do paperless agendas for the liquor licensing authority, or the licensing authority, planning commission, and historic preservation. So that all of those could be saved, and we could do paperless packets for all of them. Oh, and it would be put on their iPads. And we got iPads this year through some savings, and they're not going to keep them. They'll check them out from me. So like the licensing has iPads, and they'll just check them out from me each week after they've looked at, had their meeting. They won't keep them. Oh, also included in that, thank you, also included in that, you will be able to play back. Right now, you can't go in and play one of our council meetings or our study sessions on your iPhone or on your iPad. And this will allow that to happen.
Order it now and only 2 monthly payments. You choose. You missed your calling.
They just give me so much. Just don't even listen to all those people around you.
Any questions? Peggy?
So, in terms of paperless, will there still be paper documents for citizens when they come to council meetings, for example?
I will always make 5 packets for council meetings.
Okay.
And if I need more, I can always go make more.
Okay. And when you said we could go in, or everybody could go in and access whatever, actions at council meetings, for example, 10 years back, this will only start.
It may be able to include, I don't know that yet, but I can find that out, from 2008, or the end of, it was actually the beginning of 2009, was when we started Granicus. It may be able to pick up those and move forward.
Right.
I think it will. Ken does too.
Yeah, but
So
not-
with
obviously
2009,
not, yeah.
I exaggerated on the 10 years, I'm sorry.
That's okay, but in 10 years it will, so.
In 10 years it will be.
Thank you.
Okay, it also says on here the system will pay for itself in approximately 1 year.
It will,
Okay.
through savings of time, staff time, and paper. And we did lower the copy room budget by $20,000.
Any other questions?
So the $8,400 thereafter a year is what?
That's the maintenance that we have to pay to keep it up, to be able to keep it on Granicus and keep it on the web, because all of theirs is out through San Francisco.
This is one of those cloud things that you guys were talking about.
Yep.
So residents
It's
then can
Granicus.
download all the docs?
Yes, they
that'll be-
can.
Whether they're at home or council chamber?
Yes.
We're at McDonald's with their iPad.
So if somebody came in with an iPad,
Well, we just approved city, we can have them.
if somebody came in with an iPad, they could download our packet off of the internet and have it on their iPad, just like you all have it.
Perfect. Any other questions? Okay. Does council support purchasing an enhancement to Granicus? Total cost $38,000. Affirmative, raise your hand. Unanimous. 7.
Human Resources. Does council approve $36,500 for a Mountain States Employers Council total compensation review and benefit analysis? And because it is 9:45 and we beat this one to death on policy question number 1, I will not say anything further.
Any questions? Bruce?
Just when this is done, will you come to council and have council
Yes.
state their policy based on this knowledge?
Yes, this would be an adopted, I want this to be a council-adopted policy.
Okay.
We will put that in the policy directive from council, that it will be returned to council.
Do
for
we get
approval.
interviewed? Do we get interviewed then?
No,
Oh, see, okay.
Oh, see.
just want you to approve it, not be part of it.
Bruce?
Question, I'm,
No. Huh? Don't you always just want to say no? No, wait a minute.
I can do that. I don't even know.
Now's the time.
No.
There we go.
Sounds like the gauntlet being thrown. Eric, I got a question. You've got a statement in here. It says the city has recently observed employees obtaining higher paying positions in its sister cities such as Englewood. So that sort of begs the question, are we talking, how many are you able to verify that these are apples to apples, lateral positions, comparables? So
Precisely why we need the study.
So you're saying you're not really sure that they're moving to getting more money by going somewhere else to do the same work?
I can tell you that when they move to DIA and Aurora, they are definitely getting more money.
Moving to
DIA or to Aurora, they're definitely getting more money. When they're moving to Englewood, it depends on the position.
Say it again.
It depends on the position.
Well, I guess that's what I was wondering. Is I don't have a problem with it, but I was curious. It sounds like we have a lot of information already, but it's sort of what you're sort of saying is it's parenthetical. So you want to do this study to figure it out. So go ahead.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, so I am curious how many folks are doing this.
How many folks are doing a total?
Leaving and going,
There's about 16 people that leave a year.
Yeah, you have people who are retiring, and then you have people who are leaving, and your overall turnover rate is about 3 to 4%. So it's not huge.
but we don't know out of those really how many are getting more. They may be taking a job someplace because they're saving 40 miles round trip a day commuting. Right?
Correct, and that's why you would want to do the study so that you can look at it as, is it just pay or is it other things that you would want to take into consideration when you're looking at this?
Jerry?
I question the money we're going to spend on this for 3% turnover rate. Every other year I go out and I buy a compensation review for just hundreds of dollars instead of thousands of dollars. So I did this $36,000 for a 3% turnover rate. It seems awfully high.
The idea behind this would also be that we would have the consultant help us put together the benchmarks so that we could collect our own, because that's typically what we do on an ongoing basis, and then also help us review our positions and make sure that everything is in compliance, for example, with FLSA. So it would be a total review of the positions, what do they look like in the market, and then also the total comp piece of it as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Jim? No? I guess, we have minimal turnover in the city. We're also in an environment where people are kind of holding on to their jobs if they have them. If we don't have a decent analysis or baseline, would this be something that would provide that for us? I'm not that worried about saying why somebody went to Englewood a week ago, because we just hired someone from Lakewood. So there's a swap with all of that. But if we've got a baseline for what I'm seeing is kind of where we want to be, then if we start to see things going other ways.
It would, and it would also help the organization be able to communicate both to you, council, and to the employees where they stand ultimately. And without having that cross comparison across the board, you can't, without a shadow of a doubt, say that you're looking at apples to apples.
Okay.
And I would also point out, I'm sorry, John.
Well, what I think I'm interested in is finding out, are we competitive? Are we meeting the salary benchmarks that we as a council set as our policy? And my reading of this, that's one of the things that they're going to be doing. And to me, that's important to know.
And part of the reason for the cost is because it will include a full evaluation of all the job descriptions to make sure we're talking apples to apples when we do a comparison. And as I said earlier, every benefit that we have has a value to it. And that's not, because we're not just looking at a salary comparison. We could do a salary comparison essentially in-house. We're really looking at those values, and those values, you've got to make the determination of apples to apples, so there's a lot of work because you've got to go to Lakewood, for an example, find out what their compensation package looks like, and be able to compare it in a fair fashion for it, because that's why we're terming it total compensation package. So, but we did talk about this one a lot earlier, so I won't
Ready?
belabor it.
Peggy?
So we don't have a very high turnover rate. We don't have very much money. We don't know what the economy's doing. We did approve increase for next year. So it seems to me that we would not need to do this now. We could wait even into next year and then decide to amend the budget and do this or whatever. I'm not seeing that it's going to be that helpful given what we're already planning to do for next year. So my preference would be to delay this.
Jerry?
We pay $36,000 for a review. Aurora pays a fee for a review, so Aurora wants to stay ahead of Littleton. I mean, there's no end to this thing. I think we pay people for the job that we have here. We do want to be competitive, but we just can't keep up with some of the larger organizations that have larger budgets than we do. I think right now with a 3% turnover rate, I just don't think now's the time.
Any other questions? Okay, the policy question is, does council approve $36,500 for a Mountain States Employer Council total compensation review and benefit analysis? Raise your hand for affirmative vote. One. Loses. Okay, we're going to go, we'll go 8 and 9, and then we will finish with police. And so, sorry, fire, you'll be tomorrow.
What's the hurry?
It'll probably be better, we're getting tired. Okay, Michael?
Number 8. Does council support funding employee appreciation and recognition for a total of $15,000? So we currently spend about $5,000, and we're asking for an additional $10,550 to acknowledge our employees and provide for some benefits for them in terms of picnic recognition programs and I believe a holiday party in there as well. So primarily the recognition program.
Bruce?
Michael, will you run this program yourself?
I am a member of the employee, can't think of what it's called. Recognition and Appreciation Committee.
He's the chair of it. Yeah, I'm sure.
And then, did that committee ask for this dollar amount, or was this just a guess?
I believe this was the dollar amount they asked for, but Eric's going to respond.
This is a dollar amount that they're looking at to be able to run a couple of items, specifically the employee picnic, to run a holiday party, and then to have some kind of recognition program that they would develop as a committee. We used to have service awards, and we don't do that anymore because it was one of the cuts that we had in the last few years, and there were some other things, I think, components to that, and we don't really have a program at this point.
Any other questions? Bruce?
Service awards for...
There's a variety of ways to do it. One of the things I want to see is whether we call it a peak award or something, where somebody's going above and beyond, and I can say thank you for it, and you get a $5 gift card to Starbucks or something like that. I mean, some of this is smaller.
It's a lot of gift cards.
Well, That's one example. But as Eric pointed out, I mean, the committee has yet to come up with the program, but thought this was a fair increase in dollars to be able to provide for that benefit.
Bill?
Eric or Michael, could you describe what's being done in the area of leadership development and succession development?
Not a whole lot at this point. One of the things that we're working on, and I think we've talked to the council about it, is a standard supervisory training, because we don't do as good a job as we should be doing of getting our promoting somebody into a supervisory position and then explaining and educating them about leadership, management, mentoring, those types of things. And a lot of that, to some extent, is because we haven't had a lot of turnover, and we've got a lot of long-term tenure that's out there.
Kelly, do we not already have an employee picnic?
Yes, ma'am. But do you know what the budget is? $1,000. So feed lunch to 425 employees for $1,000. We're pretty good. We go to Costco and Sam's Club.
But I like the dessert competition.
Well, that's another free way to get food.
Why not? Fine.
Good, council ready? You support funding employee appreciation / recognition for $15,000?
I do have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Have the employees said, yeah, I mean, they're really wanting these little $5 things or whatever, or something? Is there big clamoring?
Well, there's not a big clamoring, but people like to be appreciated, and the employee group that's been working on it feels like this is something that when they've gone back into their individual departments and talked to their coworkers, that they believe would be beneficial.
Well, because
And
you know,
recognition was also something that was appreciated in the employee survey that we just got a response back on as well.
well, and I mean, and I knew that, right? But there's recognition that costs almost nothing. Don't want to go around and do too much hugging, but there's recognition that doesn't cost too much. So I'm just wondering the kind of level of recognition that is going to make them really feel
It
recognized.
varies by, some people like to be recognized publicly, some privately. It's a whole variety pack, and that's what the group will struggle with and put together a proposal.
Okay, thank you.
You can change the dollar amount if you want to. Any questions? Ready to vote? Affirmative puts $15,000, okay, per passes. Because I don't know how we say no.
Because you said no to the last one,
It's different.
even though you guys are always asking for plans and,
We just don't want to pay for it.
yeah, I'm learning that.
We want the plan. but-
Yeah, you do. I'm going to remind you of this.
Michael, you can always go to Aurora. Oh, wait, that job's already taken. No, that's right.
Turn his mic off and take his iPad. Does council support a payroll system upgrade, $25,000 out of the capital projects? And this is one, I believe, that is end of life. And so it's one of those that you pretty much have to say yes to because the current system is not supported by Microsoft anymore. So it is a necessary expansion of service. And Eric can answer any additional questions, or Ken, if you've got any.
Any questions? Because they don't matter. Phil?
If we say yes on this one, can we adjourn for the evening?
I have one.
No, we'll do police and then we'll adjourn.
Two more.
Well,
Sorry.
and I want to ask about the highlights under that one, too.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's separate. The highlights.
She wants to
are
ask.
Oh, separate, you want to vote now?
Yeah.
And then, okay. Council, do you support a payroll system upgrade of $25,000? Unanimous. Peggy?
What does the predictive index do?
I will let Eric explain.
So the predictive index is a way for helping us recruit the right person into the right position. And ultimately what it does is it's a very quick, like 5-minute or...
Whether this person's a good fit?
Right, from...
That's all.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Police, Michael. Wake up.
Policy question number 10, does council support additional funding for the Humane Society of the South Platte Valley? So as council is aware, why didn't we stop before 10?
I don't know.
As we put it here, there was a upfront capital investment that council made for the Humane Society, and then had signed a contract for $50,000 a year. In 2011, the Humane Society came forward and asked for a additional payment from the 2012 payment, which council approved, and then in 2012 came back and asked for an additional $41,000, and all of these requests were mirrored in Inglewood, so it ended up being an additional $82,000. So for 2013, the Humane Society is again asking for the full $91,000. The conversation that we had at City Council meeting probably 4 months ago, when Mayor Brinkman had asked for council support to bring together, I believe it was 10 municipalities, to talk about a regional approach on how to handle Humane Society activities within that larger region. We started moving that forward, and Councilman Cernanek had actually asked, when are we going to be done with it? And I said, we've got to be done in time for the 2013 budget. Well, we got quagmired down in bureaucracy because one of the members wanted to have an MOU in order to have the conversation. And so we have spent 4 months trying to get an MOU signed by 10 jurisdictions. And we're not there yet, and not sure when we're going to get it all approved. I think we're getting close, because at least all the MOUs are now or scheduled on the reflective dockets for those council. So the larger conversation hasn't happened yet. So I just want the council to be aware of that as you contemplate the $91,000, that A, this request is being mirrored in Inglewood when they have their budget study sessions, and we have not lost sight of, nor do we want to relinquish the larger conversation about how do we go to the Humane Society as a group of 10 municipalities and say, we would like to pay this for this level of service.
And if I could just add to that, at this point, we do have good support from the other municipalities. They do, even though they may not use the facility to the extent certainly that we, Littleton and Inglewood do, they do support us in this. So I think that we're going to be able to at least get this MOU off the ground. What I would suggest, council, is to consider funding half of this. That would be, maybe commit to half of it and say that's a January to June. And then by then, without a doubt, we'll have an MOU on the way or finished, and I think we'll be able to have had some constructive discussions with the Humane Society, and we can certainly bring this back in for a budget amendment, which is what we had to do last year, well, this past year. I hesitate to commit the $91,000 when we're in the middle of this MOU, and we don't know what that's going to look like, but the reason we're doing it is so that we're not writing a $91,000 check. So I think that if that's something you would consider, then we can run through that. And who was first? Peggy, Phil, Bruce.
So I thought when we had the joint meeting with Inglewood that we had an understanding that the society would look at ways to reduce costs. But this is still asking for that same level. And I'm not comfortable with no reduction in costs, or at least coming back to us with something. And I like the idea of paying partial, but I'm not real eager to pay that much partial. So I know it's a really complex issue.
We just, if I may, we are scheduling a joint study session where the Humane Society is going to come before both bodies and have an opportunity to explain what they have.
So when we
Done.
expect that?
Do we have a
It
date on
was-
that? I think it's November. You don't have to find it, but I believe it's in November, so
Will it
it may
be-
be too far through the budget. We're just logistically trying to bring both groups together. But I want you to know, because this is a third party, this is a private entity, and to the extent that you continue to fund it at whatever level you so choose, and they have an obligation to show that they're doing whatever it is that you expect them to do in order to receive that funding. And I think the mayor and I share that same frustration that we're not seeing substantive change in either their revenue, alternative revenues, or in how they're handling their expenditures. But we want them to be able to talk to you and answer questions from you, just
Yeah,
in a
so,
timing issue.
I mean, based on what you just said, that's all the more reason in my head to think of a reduced funding for a year and paying a portion of it, because there has to be some kind of incentive for them to do this. I mean, we kicked in lots of extra money with more than one understanding that we weren't going to be needing to kick in more, and yet we did. And
I will say that there has been some movement on their part to make some improvements. They did take a leap and hire a part-time marketing event planner, and she has successfully executed at least 2 events that were profitable. They've also hired a volunteer coordinator who has also successfully been able to recruit and maintain a healthier group of volunteers than they had in the past. They have also made some adjustments to their facility where they're now able to, again, open up their medical clinic, and they can do community spay and neuters, and are able to bring a vet in and take care of some of their own medical issues with the dogs, and they don't have to contract that out. They have opened up a small retail shop. They're not seeing a great deal of success with that yet, but it's another effort. I think that part of where we are with trying to come up with some kind of fairness, particularly with the MOU, is that there's a disproportionate amount of money being paid by a couple of communities, although we do probably contribute the largest amount of dogs and cats. But there's also a whole cycle of adoption that they're kind of charging us and then also keeping adoption fees. And so all of that comes into how they run their business and how we have to run ours. That's where the MOU fits in. We can go in there with a strong body of 10 municipalities and say, we'll bring these to you, and this is how we need to operate. So I think at this point it would be very difficult for them if we weren't able to at least fund the 42 for them
42.
right now. 42
The half?
or the half, whatever that
40,
half would be.
40.
45.
40.
I am really doing good on the math. Anyway, that's just my. And who? Bruce. Oh, Phil, and then.
I guess I'm okay with funding half of it on a January through June, but I would go back to our service contract expectations of $50,000, and I'd put $25,000, anticipating a $50,000 budget for the year.
Bruce.
That's what I was going to ask, and asking it a different way. Were you saying that the 45,000 would be 1 year's funding, or was it a half a year's funding?
He was meaning 4,500.
40,500
40,500
for a full year, or was it for a half year? In other words, what was their monthly rate?
Well, I guess that it would go, that in 6 months we would commit to them that at this point, and then at 6 months we would be in a better place with the MOU, and if there needed to be additional based on what we determined with the MOU, we could do that. If not, we were not overextended.
So, okay. That's roughly the 7,000 a month. Here's your first 6 months.
On page 6, under the general fund tab, I didn't, well, I'm going to ask, because I read this thing through and I couldn't quite figure out exactly what was happening, but under police, it's got animal control budget for 2013 equals 0.
It's moved into a different,
Moved it.
it's in a different spot.
We gave it to Ken.
They're consolidated.
Okay. All right, well, I guess I didn't see it, so.
In the police,
It's in his email.
I had that same question, Bruce.
Did you? What divisions, can I ask, did you guys,
Support services and control.
so it didn't have anything to do with
None.
the
Nothing.
Humane Society stuff? Okay, it's just, okay.
You'll see that when you check your email.
Oh, great. What is it?
it's on page 48.
Jim?
I'd just make a comment that even though the Humane Society has not been around that long, we haven't been funding it all that many number of years, but there was a period of time when this council put a great deal of money into the Town Hall Arts Center, year after year after year. And then one year we said, enough's enough, and we'll pay for the maintenance cost of 32,000 a year that we do now. And we stopped giving them all that money, and guess what? They became extremely successful when they really realized that we were not going to be funding them. Now, we haven't had that experience long enough with animal control to know whether they're well enough established and on their feet that they can survive without our having substantial funds into them. But at least this is a start. And if we indicate to them that the $45,500 is their yearly fund, and we can reconsider later on, but that's what we're going to be giving, and let them say, man, we got to get out there and do some fundraising.
Yes, and I think that's part of when Michael and myself and Randy and Gary met with their board of directors, and that was the message that we took to them, is that the model that they use is a failed model, and it's not used by humane societies or shelters for the most part. That the successful shelters are using a model similar to the Denver Dumb Friends League, where the income, their sales and use tax, their 85% comes from adoptions and donations. And so weaning the Humane Society off government contracts is part of what the intention of the MOU is too, is to go in there and say, we can't support you or shore you up, but we do need your services, and we're willing to pay this amount for them. So
Don't let people in
that's the
Washington,
intent.
D.C. know that people can survive without government help. That's all I have to say on that.
Okay, council, are you ready to make a decision on this? Bill?
What's on the table?
What's on the table is supporting, does council support additional funding to the Humane Society of the South Platte Valley in the amount of $45,500? $500.
40,000.
January 13th.
That's the anticipated level for 2013.
January 13th.
Okay, yeah, from January through June of 2013.
I'm
Then
not
you're not gonna
objecting
get it.
going to June. I want it to go all the way to the
You
year.
want it to be for the full year?
Tell them it is for the full year, and if we need to do something about it, as we did this past year in an emergency, we can address the emergency at the time.
Yeah, I don't think you want to dictate when they spend that money with them, because what you're doing is you're writing them a check.
Okay,
And if you say through June, they'll be expecting another check.
Okay.
So pick a number,
do you guys want to just round it to $50,000 for 2013?
which is in the original
Agreement.
contract.
That was the
sir.
original
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
wouldn't object to that.
All right, show of hands. 50,000 for 2013. Unanimous. Okay, Michael?
All right, policy question 11 is, does council support the purchase of e-ticketing software for a capital investment of $175,000? And I believe Chief Coogan has the microphone in her hand. So I will let her explain the request.
We were asked to look into some efficiencies that we could do with e-ticketing through the courts. Contacted 5 different companies, and it says software, but it also includes all the hardware and the installation costs on this. This would be for the first year. There would be some software maintenance costs, pretty minimal in the following years, and this would allow us to send it directly electronically from either the officers or the parking officer through to the courts, to the judge, to the prosecutor's office electronically. So basically, it's just moving into that new era.
Chief, the court and the recipients of the data have their systems upgraded for money that's included in the 175?
Correct. This would include everything from the beginning to the end so that they could see it. Yes.
Sender, receiver. Okay.
Peggy?
I view this as nice to have, but not necessary, given the economy. I'm not comfortable spending this kind of money. And in terms of the handwriting issue, I say they need to learn to write more clearly until we have a much better budget, economic situation.
Jim.
Well, and let me just defend that on the parking. One of the problems is because there's so many different copies, that does become an issue in terms of clarity going through the paper.
Well, have we had this problem for 15, 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Jim?
And I think it's a safety issue for our citizens in that if they are able to file this electronically, instead of having to take 10 times as long to write it out in longhand or type it on a computer, what they got to do, that they're back on the street again providing safety services to the citizens.
Bruce?
Chief, this is essentially an investment, and there's some element of productivity improvement and so forth and so on. In theory, we did this with, Wendy did it with Granicus, suggesting that it'd take less than 12 months to essentially get a payback. Do you have any sort of comparable calculation on this as far as if you would, the return on the investment?
We don't, except for the hours that would be saved in records in terms of the data entry. But other than that, no, we don't.
How many hours are you estimating?
Probably 10 a week for a clerk to type in those. And then there's always that, we can't read this, trying to come back and find it. E-ticketing allows for card swipe on the driver's license, so you don't actually type in the information, because we'd have the same issue that fat fingers would type it incorrectly. So you swipe the driver's license.
Bill?
City Manager, noting this is the second of the only 2 items that are there as for consideration by council on the police budget. Does the police budget also include National Night Out?
I believe it does.
Yes.
We put it back.
Yes, we have put back in the community programs.
Any other questions?
Bruce?
If I may, how'd you guys come up with this idea? I mean, is this something other communities use a lot of, or is it a Ouija board kind of thing?
Ooh, I got an idea.
Where did it come from?
Can I just address that? Well, we had our judicial meeting.
Aurora.
It came from Aurora. When we had our judicial meeting,
What if they annex us?
we had our judicial meeting, which includes the Chief Coogan and some of her staff, and my staff with the municipal clerks, and the judge and the prosecutor's office, and we all discussed, actually I think the judge was the one that originally brought up the e-ticketing, so that's where it came from originally, because other municipalities that he is the judge in uses the e-ticketing.
So what's been their experience with it? I mean, did they speak highly of it? Do
They love it. They love it because it is, like Councilmember Taylor said, is a safety issue for their police officers, because the police officer is not standing out there or sitting in their car writing. They swipe their driver's license, they're done, they go hand the ticket, and they're out of there. It takes a process that can take 20 minutes to a half an hour down to 5 minutes. It takes a process for the clerks entering all the information into it. It takes that completely away and then transfers that same information over to the court so that they also have the same information, that it doesn't, someone isn't retyping it 2 or 3 times. So that's where the savings comes in.
Question.
Phil? Oh, did you have a question? Okay, Jerry?
I think RTD has a swipe something too for folks that get on the light rail too. So I think if RTD can do this, I think surely Littleton ought to be able to do this. I think it does bring us up a little more to the 21st century. So I can support this one.
Peggy?
So if we do this, will we expect more tickets?
I won't.
No, not you, the chief. So, I mean, well, like with the parking office.
I think it's sorry.
I mean, because if you're not taking time to write things, you must be out there
Looking for bad guys.
being violators.
Boy, is that a loaded question. I think the appropriate thing is going back to what Councilman Taylor said, that we want the officers to be available for any kind of calls for service that occur out there. Obviously, we want them to write a citation when they see a violation. We're not going to tell officers, go out and write more tickets to pay
No,
for
and I
e-ticket.
didn't, and I wasn't meaning that way. But this is not just for stopping speeders or
Shouldn't it pay
whatever.
for itself?
Or stop sign runners. It's also for parking violations. Right?
Right.
And so,
We expect every employee to enforce the law when they see a violation, and they would continue to do that. This is more of a safety issue, an efficiency issue, and there's also that from the point of view of the citizen, that if the information is entered correctly, then you don't mix up information and they get confused with someone else who may have gotten a ticket, or it gets sent to the wrong person. It's all of that, getting that correct.
Bruce?
For the city manager, is there any chance that we could, when we look at fine schedules, find a way that a fine could pay for the cost of giving the ticket a little more appropriately and take into account this cost?
We could probably look at that. I don't know the answer
I
off
would-
the top of my
I would-
head,
I would
but our
ask that that be looked at.
city clerk is nodding her head vehemently. We're going to have her do the rest of the policy questions.
Because I think it's appropriate, I think,
Okay.
if it's an appropriate program, it's one that should be paid by the folks that are the clients of it.
We will put that, if council supports this, we'll put it in the council directive as well.
so might we get something for us to approve along that basis
That
later
would be
this year?
required because those fees are set by
But I
council,
mean this
yes.
year?
I would
Before the
assume we
end
could
of the
get
year?
it done.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Council, do you support the purchase of e-ticketing software at $175,000?
Execution.
Unanimous.
Mayor,
Okay.
I had one thing I meant to bring up during HR real quick, and it's not intended for discussion, but I just wanted to let council know. We're doing and we being finance primarily, is doing, in conjunction with the attorney's office, we're looking at CIRSA as our insurance provider and whether we could bring some of the claims management in-house. And so now that we're getting through the budget, it's one of the things that finance is going to start looking at. So I don't know if that'll come of anything, but I wanted you to let you know we're doing that analysis, and we'll present any recommendations we have when we're done with that.
Okay, we are adjourned.
All right.